Hello, Internet. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. Happy Valentine's Day. For those that it still is. Hello, Nightwolf. Oh, I'm glad you're here. Your duck is in pride of place. Need to crowd up a little on the duck stage because I didn't have time to make a new one this week. I had a lot to do. We do have a burn video tonight, which will be nice. I rushed my little butt off all day to get it finished, so I hope everybody likes. I think it came out pretty well. Though I will say, recording the worst lines from the book for the voiceover, not fun. Not one of my more pleasant 5 minutes. But we got there. So tonight we have a new book to start. Somehow it's appropriate that we're starting it on Valentine's Day. And we have our new wine glass. It made it, finally, the second time. Didn't get around to blinging it out yet. Still planning some of that. Hi, Deacon. We will be starting the second book after the first one ended abruptly. After somebody, probably Anna, made an attempt on Laura and her friend's life that failed. Massimo gets to act like he's all shaken and crushed, and how could I put you in danger, and what am I doing, and I have to let you go for your own good, or I'll get you killed. And then she blurts out that she's pregnant, and that's where it ends. We did screen the movie as promised last Sunday. So there was that. It was awful. The movie did make a few slight changes from the book, very slight. Mostly they dropped in like a 10-second scene to show that like even the police were afraid of Massimo or on his payroll or both. I'm not really sure. But to explain why she couldn't run away and go to the police for help basically was the point of that scene. That was like the only really significant change except the ending. They changed the ending to give it a little more movie suspense and drama, where it's just Massimo gets told there's about to be an attack on Laura. You see her car go into a tunnel and then doesn't come out, and that's how it ends. So you're supposed to be like, oh my god, is she really dead? It's like, there's 2 more movies. Who the hell is falling for that? Nobody is falling for that. Also, movie definitely just ran out of budget at the end because she's supposed to be driving a Porsche, and her and the friend are in the back seat of the same car they used in every scene that had a car. So they definitely didn't have the money to rent a Porsche or do a car chase scene. So it just kind of ends. The music, while none of the music was actually terrible, but it was just randomly placed. There's only one song that felt like it actually fit the scene that it was in. Other than that, it was like you just put your iPod on shuffle mode and said play like hard rock. Oh, I've been run all day. Puppy's only been cuddled like a half a dozen times, and that's just not enough. You know, for all of his puppiness. He is curled up asleep, but I assure you he will join us at some point. And probably rip a hole in the negligee that I'm wearing because it's all mesh and nice. Ugh. It's also a thing that's rarely out of my closet. So, we got one more warning. This is definitely appropriate. I am so afraid that this book is going to start the way the last one did. You know, with a very violent sex scene. But we shall find out soon. They're still getting married, of course, because they just have to get married in like I think where we ended, the wedding's in like 2 days. The secret wedding. And then they say they'll have a real wedding for like friends and family later. We'll see if that happens. But for now, all rise for our national anthem. We have no sound? What is going on? Okay, let's try this again.
Making them a cup of tea. You say, if you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they go, oh my God, I would
Now
love a
there
cup
should
of
be
tea,
sound.
thank you. Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, no thank you, then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, yes, please, that's kind of you. And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, but you wanted tea last week, or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, but you wanted tea last night. If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
You were given clean.
Why is autoplay a thing? Hello, everyone. Look who joined us. It's a puppy. Oh, for being made out of nylon, this is a very warm negligee. And now I have a very warm puppy on my chest. He was all snuggled. He was all snuggled up, weren't you, puppy? Yes, you were. You were just all snuggled. Yes, yeah, look at him. Yes, there's a puppy. There's a little puppy. There's a little puppy. Yes, he's so cute. Look at him, he's so cute. Yes, he's so cute. Yes, he's so cute. He's a baby. Oh, little baby doggy. Yes. But don't put me on camera. I don't like it. I'm a baby. Yeah, he's a baby. Yeah, you're not looking around my desk for food at all. No, he wouldn't do that. He's not that kind of a puppy. Yeah, little baby. She's so cute. Okay, say bye-bye. Say bye-bye. I gotta go curl up on my pillow. Yes, I do. I go curl up on my pillow. You take a boy. So, hey, don't encourage him. He is not allowed to eat the ducks. So, let's start off by introducing our ducks, of course. We do have a new duck from Night Wolf last night. Thank you very much for that. But as always, we have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo Sally, Bill Xavier, Eloise Pongo, Mish Sansu, Bob with 2 Bs, Sasha Bartholomew, Alex Chuckles Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, Jeeves, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark, Glacial, Cicero, Phoebe Halliwell, John Glenn, Little Chickadoo, Captain Blaze, Ferguson, Libido, Ocean Gate 7, Dinglehopper, Madison, Leonard, Jack, Jacquard, Lulu, Marty, and Akasha. I got through it. It's getting harder to get through all the ducks. But yes, we have 2 new ducks that weren't there last week. We have Clown Marty Duck and Queen Akasha Duck from Queen of the Damned. For anyone who knows that movie that totally kicks ass. Is it a little corny? Yes. Is it very gay? Yes. Do I love it a lot? Yes. And it does have some kick-ass music. Let's be fair. Let's be fair. It does have some kick-ass music. This is what I am wearing for Valentine's Day. There's pants under it, YouTube. Don't freak out. But this is what we're wearing. There's a little bow here. I don't know why, because it's black on black and you can't see that there's a bow. I want to deep dive on Queen of the Damned. We can do that. We can totally do that. So, if anyone would like to... Very funny, Sazale. But if anyone would like to help a girl out, link should be at the top for PayPal. For $10, I will draw a random, brand new, never before seen duck out of this bag o' ducks. These are all ones that we do not have and that are not duplicates. We do have a number of duplicates that need to be painted, so if you have any ideas at all, leave them in the chat or the Discord, and I will take a duck out of our box of need to be painted ducks and try to make it look like what you want. I will do my absolute best. For now, our available painted ducks are Rooster Duck, Raphael Duck, Turducken Duck, Christmas Story Duck, Yachty Duck, Evil Knievel Duck, and new this week, Cleopatra Duck. She's even got a little wig. See? I'm quite happy with how Cleopatra Duck came out. I base these a lot tonight. You're in the correct location. Okay. This is good. You've landed in the correct dimension. You've checked with the dragons. Okay, so I thought we'd read the back of the book again. We are gonna at about 9 o'clock, 9:30 when we start drinking. I am gonna play the burn video because I burned the entire last book. We still have our burn list. I didn't forget. I just gave it a fresh piece of paper. And I did want to read our body counts for the last book. I didn't keep track of how many times we burned each one. I'm going to try to do that. But for the wrong spelling of cum, C-U-M-E, we had 20 times. The correct spelling, C-U-M, twice. Number of times she fainted, 9. Time jumps were not explained, 4. Times it copied 50 Shades was 48. And I'm estimating that we had about 50 to 60 burnings. Record is still 10. The record has been tied, but it has not been beaten. Yes, I agree. Fire, 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 fire. There was a lot of fire. Do we ever figure out why she keeps fainting? Only that she has some vague, undefined, unexplained, unnamed heart condition that when she gets, I don't know, frightened or stressed, she faints. We don't actually know what is wrong with her. Nobody will tell us. It doesn't have a name yet. So, on our list of burnables, we have Darling or Darling Girl, Sweetheart, Mine, Girlin, Baby Girl or Baby Doll, Snatch, and anytime the word seed is used, I'm extending that. Things we're also keeping track of is still Come versus Come, Time She Faints, Times He's a Rapist, Copies 50 Shades, Time Jumps, and anything else I feel like adding to the list. So, we got our list, we got our pen. Oh, I also, why am I airhead tonight? In addition to sponsoring a duck for $10, you can also sponsor me for $25 to put these very real police issue handcuffs on for half the evening, or $50 for the entire evening if you would like to cuff me up in my sexy negligee. If that is your Valentine's Day fantasy, I am happy to oblige. And once it becomes drinking time, for $50, you can make a girl chug this glass, which will be filled roughly to here. And yes, it occurred to me that it's going to be harder to fill this to not all the way full because I can't see through it anymore. So I may draw a line on the inside of it at some point because it's regular color on the inside. It's only mirror finish on the outside. Remembering how much I hate this book, some of it should have been Googled. Handwriting should be burned. Yes. And just so people don't get the wrong idea, when I do the book burning videos, it's me being sarcastic and ironic and making fun of the idiots that burn books like Fahrenheit 451, Handmaid's Tale, of course, anything by a gay author. I'm making fun of those people when I do it, okay? Like Sabrina Carpenter with her latest album. And the people who didn't get that she was in on the joke on that. Oh. So, according to the back cover, here's what we can expect. When Laura was abducted by powerful mafia don Massimo Torselli, she never dreamed that she'd embark on a passionate affair with her menacing, seductive captor. When the hell is he ever seductive? Much less fall in love with him. Now her new life in Sicily seems picture perfect, with a grand wedding, a devoted and devastatingly handsome husband, a baby on the way, and all the sumptuous glamour. Servants, ritzy cars, seaside palazzos she could ever desire. But there are cracks in the fairy tale facade of luxe domestic bliss. Her only companions are bodyguards and crooks, and the threat of being kidnapped or assaulted dogs her every step. That would be by him. Worse, her best friend has blindly stumbled into the fray, becoming yet another target for rival mafiosos eager to topple Massimo's criminal empire. Surrounded by enemies and engulfed in her husband's shadowy world of power, pleasure, and peril, Laura is about to learn what it means to be married to the most dangerous man in Italy. I also want to point this out. Why is he Don Massimo? That's his first name. His last name is Torricelli. He should be Don Torricelli. Because if you're a powerful mob boss, you're not being called by your first name. So, not sure what up with that. Yes, that is called Stockholm Syndrome. So, here is the front cover. So, the first book was him, this one is her. And this actually has a prologue. It's long, too. So, here we go. Prologue. The yacht moored in the port of Fumicino. I don't ask me where this is. Deacon G changed her when they were apart. However, you know what I noticed? I only noticed this in the movie, not so much in the book. She cuts her hair short and dyes it blonde after meeting his ex-girlfriend Anna, who is blonde. So was she trying to look more like what she thought he was attracted to when she wasn't around? Despite the massive portraits of her hung on every wall of his house where she's a brunette. My lady's body double was still on deck. The woman's task was simple. She was supposed to stick around. Oh, so now he's hired a body double for her so the body double can get killed instead of Laura? That's great. That's really great. Get Laura in the car and send her my way, I said as soon as Dominic picked up the phone. He was in Rome. Thank God, he sighed. She was starting to get on my nerves. I heard him closing a door. She's been asking about you. Don't come with her, I said, ignoring his words. We'll meet in Venice. Get some rest. He won't even ask what she said? Dominic wasn't about to let it go. I could hear the amusement in his voice. Am I supposed to? I asked sternly, though deep inside I was dying to learn what they'd been talking about. She misses you. My stomach nodded. At least that's what I think. Make sure she's on her way. I hung up and looked out to the sea. Okay, so we're going to say that he's probably sent her away, for her own good, and he's not letting her know where he is because he's too dangerous to be around, blah, blah, blah. That woman was making me panic. Again. The feeling was too alien to figure out its root. I couldn't keep it in check. I dismissed the girl who was supposed to stand in for Laura, ordering her to keep close by. There was no telling if I'd need her again. Matteo's information was accurate. After having his hand shot through, Flavio returned to the island. So far all was quiet, as if the Nostro debacle hadn't happened. The fragmentary intel I was getting was not enough, so I sent my men to scrounge up more data. They confirmed Matteo's version. During lunch, I had a conference call with people from the US. I wanted to make sure they were at the Venice Film Festival. What I needed was to meet them eye to eye. There were firearms to buy if I was going to continue my dealings in the Middle East, and that required my presence. Don Torricelli. It was Fabio sticking his head in through the door. I raised a hand before hanging up. Miss Bial is on board. Let's take off then, I said, getting to my feet. What do you bet they're gonna say hello and then they're gonna bang, possibly without the hello? I took the stairs to the top deck and glanced about. There she was, my woman, dressed like a teenager. My fists clenched. So did my jaw. Revealing shorts and a skimpy blouse were no clothes for a Sicilian mob boss's girlfriend. What the hell are you wearing this time? You look like... I stopped, noticing the half-empty bottle of champagne. She spun around and slammed into me, bouncing off my torso and falling to the couch. Drunk again, I thought. She's pregnant. Why is she drunk? Unless this is not her. I look however I want. It's none of your business, she sputtered, waving an arm. The clumsy gesture elicited a smile from me. You left me without a word, and you keep treating me like a doll you play with whenever you feel like. Yes? She shot out her hand and aimed a finger at me, simultaneously trying to get up again. Well, the doll's being solo today. She lurched forward, stumbled, and lost a shoe. Lara, I said with a laugh, unable to keep the mirth away anymore. God damn it, Lara. My laughter quickly turned into a growl as I saw her veering dangerously close to the deck of the yacht. I launched myself after her with a shout. Stop. Either she couldn't hear me or she chose not to listen. Suddenly she slipped. The bottle fell from her hand, and a moment later Lara bumped into the railing and tumbled down into the sea. Wait, is this the scene we already read? This is where she falls over, supposedly drowns, he saves her. Why are we reading this again? Is he dreaming this? Is he having a flashback? Oh, fuck no. I started running. I kicked my shoes off and threw myself after her, diving into the water. We were lucky the Titan was at its lowest speed and Laura fell to the starboard instead of the back where the engines were. A moment later, she was in my arms. Unfortunately, Fabio saw the entire thing and immediately stopped the boat. Fortunately. He threw me a lifeline and yanked us both back to the yacht. Laura wasn't breathing. Okay, so what? She can't swim? Her shoes were too heavy? What? Frantically, I started giving her CPR. All the pressing and breathing into her mouth wasn't doing any good. Breathe, goddamn you. Because we just couldn't avoid that line. I was losing her. I kept pressing her chest harder and harder, breathing air into her lungs faster and faster. Breathe, I called out in English, irrationally thinking that maybe she'd do as I asked if she heard a language she understood. Suddenly, she gasped for air and threw up. I stroked her cheek, staring into her half-conscious eyes as they tried to focus on my face. I took Laura in my arms, picked her up, and headed towards our cabin. Should I call a doctor? Theo asked. Yes, send a helicopter. I had to take Laura below deck and make sure she was all right. Well, she probably just aspirated, so no, I wouldn't think she's all right. Hello, Ironton Auditor. Drive by liking, thank you. It's very sweet of you. Yes, the author was definitely drunk while writing a lot of this. It would not surprise me at all. I put her down on the bed, keeping my eyes fixed on her face, searching for something that would tell me she was okay. What happened? She whispered. I nearly fainted. My head throbbed, and my heart was pounding like crazy. I knelt by the bed trying to calm my nerves down. You fell from the deck. Thank God we weren't going faster and that you fell on the side of the boat. Still, you nearly drowned. God damn it, Laura, I feel like killing you myself now. At the same time, I'm so happy you're alive. Gee, conflicting messages much. I dropped my head, clenching my jaw. That overwhelming headache was making it impossible to think clearly. Laura's delicate fingers touched my cheek, lifting my face so I had to look her in the eyes. You saved me. You were lucky I was close. I don't even want to think about what would have happened otherwise. Why are you being so stubborn? Why don't you listen to me? The fear I experienced as I said this was something completely new to me. I had never felt this way about anyone. We're literally on page 4 and we already have the most, cliched of lines. Multiple of the most cliched of lines. That already happened. Okay, I could almost breathe now. Uh, I, uh, if it only fucks with your head a little bit less than a lot. More than Ugh. I'd like to take a shower now, she said. Why is that always her first instinct? Something awful happens, he's being an ass, and she wants to get naked in front of him. I nearly burst out laughing then. She had nearly died, and the only thing she could think of was all the salt water on her skin. I couldn't believe it. I was drained, and I didn't feel like fighting. The only thing that counted was her being close by, so I could smother her with kisses and protect her from the entire world. I couldn't conceive what would have happened if the boat had been sailing at a higher speed. Automatically, I offered to wash her, and she didn't protest, so I went to the bathroom to turn the tap on before walking back to the room to help her undress. I was focused and wasn't really thinking about what I was about to see. It was only after a long... It was only after a... Okay, here's a sentence. No, there are no naked pictures in this one. That would make it better. Here's what happens when you translate something from another language. It was only after a longer while that I realized there she was, naked, laying on the bed. With a jolt of surprise, I learned that it wasn't making me feel like I had thought it would. The only thing that counted was that she was alive. I picked up Laura and went to the shower. The water was hot. As Laura's back rested against my chest, I pressed my face into her hair. I was angry, scared, and more than a little grateful. There was no need to talk, and I definitely didn't want to fight now. I just basked in her presence, unaware of my thoughts. She put her cheek against my skin. Laura had no idea that that had happened over the last few days happened because of her. And meanwhile, it dawned on me that everything was about to change now. Business would grow difficult because my enemies had already learned about my weak spot, the petite woman I was holding now. I wasn't ready, and nothing could make me ready for what the future had in store. Slowly, silently, I washed her body. I didn't get an erection, which seemed to surprise her. I didn't even try to touch her in any way that she might have interpreted as erotic. Press X to doubt. Then I dried her with a towel and laid her on the bed, planting a delicate kiss on her forehead, before my lips parted with her skin. Laura was asleep already. I checked her pulse, suddenly afraid she'd fallen unconscious again. Luckily, it was steady. For a while, I just stood there watching her. Then I heard the sound of a helicopter approaching. For an instant, I was puzzled, but then remembered we were still relatively close to the shoreline. This is still the prologue. Ugh. Ugh. Having read Laura's medical files, the doctor said her life wasn't in any immediate danger. I thanked him and returned to my cabin. The night was warm and quiet was what I needed the most right now. I snorted a line and helped myself to a glass of my favorite liquor before stepping into a steaming hot jacuzzi. Coke and booze, this is how he unwinds. Then I sent away all staff, ordering them to stay out of sight, and relaxed, delighting in my solitude. I didn't think about anything in particular, anything apart from the calm around me and at least seemingly inside of me. Yeah, because that's the effect cocaine fucking has. Known to be a fucking relaxing drug. Like, you couldn't have Googled the effects of cocaine? A couple of minutes must have passed before I saw something in the darkness. It was Laura, standing still in her white bathrobe, glancing around the deck. That was pleasing. If she was awake, she must be feeling better. Sleep well, I asked. The sound of my voice made her startle. I can see you're feeling better. Care to join me? He's back to true form. She took a moment to think, keeping her eyes fixed on me. It didn't look like she was trying to decide what to do. Ugh. She knew the bathrobe would slip and hit the floor. Naked, she sat across from me. I drank in the view, taking a sip of my cocktail. For a while I said nothing, just staring at her beautiful, if a bit tired, face. Her hair was in disarray and her lips were slightly swollen. Suddenly she moved, surprising me, and sat on my knees and wrapped her arms around me. My prick reacted instantaneously. That's like the one word for cock we didn't use in the first book. Or if we did, I don't remember. Ugh. As her teeth bit into my lower lip, I lost it. What is with the biting of the lips in these books? Somebody always does it. Whether it's him or her, somebody always does it. In a terrible erotica book, somebody is always biting somebody on the lip. Knock it off. She started moving, rubbing her clit against me, pressing against my skin. I had no idea where this was going. Really? Really? She's doing that and you're going to say I didn't know where this. Oh my god. But I wasn't in the mood for her games. Not today. Not after I nearly lost. I'm sorry, we're believing he has any self-control? I'm going with no. Her tongue slid into my mouth and on instinct I grabbed her ass, squeezing tight. That's your instinct. Okay. I've missed you, she whispered. That short utterance staggered me. My whole body went rigid. I had no idea why I was reacting this way. I pulled away to look at her face. She was serious. I couldn't let her sense my weakness. I wasn't ready to open up to her yet. I'm sorry, you think it's news to her that you're a pig, a pervert, a rapist? What? What is supposed to be? Especially about the fact that I didn't know what was happening to me. Is that how you display your longing? Because if this is your way of saying thank you for saving your life, baby girl, there we go. We got one. We got one. Our first one. Page 7. We get to play with fire. And that's one. Hi for Snickety and Sasha. Oh, she's sleeping? Of course. You know, I'm sure she's only pretending to sleep. She's being emotional support puppy, just at a distance. Because, you know, she's a good baby girl. And time to put my dog is just stuck in my door. Oh my god, Sybil, I'm so sorry. Now I have to mention a scene from Sinners. I bet she will let you put your finger in her mouth when she sees how much money I'm about to pay you. Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, we know she is a material girl. Because she likes it when he, you know, takes her on shopping sprees for clothes and shoes and designer handbags and bullshit. You know, so, you know, the friend may be the one that calls herself a whore, but Laura's just as much of a whore. Not that I'm knocking it, but own it. Oh, and in the movie, the friend is the best actor out of anybody in the movie. The two leads are decent actors. I'm not saying they're, like, bad, but you can only do so much with what you're given. He is not particularly a great actor. He doesn't have a lot of range. I get why he was cast in the role, and he fits it, certainly. She does not, in my opinion. She really doesn't. But he does. And much to Deacon's eternal hatred, he actually performed 4 of the songs in the movie. It's him singing, including the opening one. And weirdly enough, I went back and I found a copy of that song just to listen to see what I think of his voice. He's actually got a really good voice. I don't know how much it's auto-tuned or manipulated, but if that is genuinely him singing, which IMDb says that it is, he's actually got a really good voice. And there are supposedly music videos that go with each of those songs that he is in. Whether that means the music video is just the song playing over clips of the movie and they're calling it a music video, I don't know, I didn't look. Or whether it's an actual music video for the actual song and he's in it because he sings it, I don't know. Ugh. But like I said, none of the songs were bad. They were just in the wrong places and didn't fit what they were played over. I didn't like every one of the songs. I think my favorite is definitely, out of the movie, definitely the one that plays when her and the friend are at the spa, because I think it's the best song, but it's also the only time that it mostly fit the scene. You know, it was appropriate to what was being shown on screen. Every other time it wasn't. The other songs were very simple, very repetitive, and it was just, you know, they were trying to tell you that the sex is hot. The problem is the sex is not that hot. There's a lot of it. There's a lot of sex, but they went for quantity over quality for sure. And the other thing, the sex is where these two people are supposed to connect. That's where they're supposed to fall in love, that they are both like deep sexual animals, and that's the thing they have in common, and that's what bonds them, is they're both ferocious in bed, and now they've kind of sexually met their match, and that's kind of what bonds them. Here's the thing, though. Here is every sex scene in the movie. They'll make sure your headphones are on good. To be honest, I think he's a good artist that tried to make a way. Yeah, I'm not. Everybody in the movie was putting in effort, except for the production and the budget. But the actors were all putting in effort. Nobody was phoning it in, that's for sure. I'm not knocking any of the actors. I'm just saying they're in a terrible movie with terrible, 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 terrible dialogue. They're all doing accents that are not theirs. He's the only one doing his own accent because he actually is Italian. Yet, according to the book, when he speaks English, he should be speaking with a British accent. Movie didn't do that, probably because guy in movie can't do that. But the woman playing Laura, who is supposed to be Polish, does not sound Polish at all, and you can hear her French accent throughout the whole movie that she's desperately trying to hide, and failing to do so. But it's fine. It doesn't make any difference. Yeah, terrible script. That's the problem. Terrible script, terrible dialogue. That's what it comes down to, and no budget. The lack of budget seriously showed. If you're going to make such a fashion-heavy movie, and like every major brand is name dropped in the book several times. She's supposed to be a total clothes whore. And I'm sorry, but you can't fake a Dior dress. You can't fake Givenchy boots. People know what those brands look like. So when she's dressed off the rack, when she's supposed to be wearing a $5,000 slut dress, you can tell that it's not a $5,000 slut dress. It's $50 from JCPenney. You know, you can't fake that. They tried, it just didn't work. You know, and that was everybody. Everybody's wardrobe was bargain basement. Was not what you want. Not giving the impression that you want. And the lack of extras and the lack of background was a lot. You could tell what locations they faked. But here is every sex scene in the movie, and this is why it doesn't seem like they actually connect or have any intimacy, because when they're having sex, this is how it is. This is her, okay? Her head is all the way back, eyes are closed. That's the whole thing. She has always got her head all the way back, eyes are usually closed, mouth wide open, and she's not looking at him, and he's not looking at her, because he's down here, like, between her legs. He's usually got her legs up. And he's not looking at her. He's looking at her tits, usually. He's not looking at her face. Her head's all the way back. They're not making eye contact at all. They don't speak during sex. He's not even touching her. He's not, like, caressing her or rubbing her legs or grabbing her ass or nothing. He's usually holding onto a bar up here because he's basically using her as workout equipment. He's doing push-ups on top of her. Is all he's doing in most of the scenes. The sex is not terribly imaginative. But it does just look like he's working out most of the time. But he's not looking at her. He's not touching her. She never touches him at all. The only place they're connected is, like, the penis in the vagina or wherever he's putting it. That's the only place they are physically making contact, is wherever his dick is. Other than that, they don't touch. They don't touch. They don't connect. I don't even think they kiss. I genuinely don't think they kiss the entire movie. You know, so it's like, there's no intimacy at all. I don't even believe that the sex is that good, because it's just violent and pounding and like overwhelming and rough. Like, once would be great, maybe twice, but after that, you know, things downstairs can get a little sore for a girl. I don't know if the same is true for guys. I would imagine friction is a thing. But, you know, your pussy's going to want to break after a couple pound sessions. So, no, you're not pounding it like 10 times in one day like they show. That's not happening. You will break things. I get that, but it would also kind of make the budget TOA. Not that that would bother me. Yeah, we don't actually know. It's like fish flopping on a cabinet beside each other. Yes. In short, movie is bad. Yes. But yeah, like, the sex is what it's supposed to be most known for, and it's like, the sex isn't even that good. The fact that there's multiple blowjob scenes doesn't make it good. You know, it doesn't. You know, or the fact that, like, every song they play over the sex scenes is, like, shouting the word fire or the word burning, because it's supposed to make you believe that it's, like, really hot, and it's like, I'm sorry, it's just not. It's just not. I've seen way better porn. And the movie is porn, by the way. How it's on Netflix, I don't know, but it's porn. Like, you catch glimpses of penis a couple times, which they claim is always rubber penis, and that is what the blowjobs were done on, was a strap-on rubber dick that the male actor was wearing. I don't know if I believe them. Oh, also, movie did get the 50 Shades treatment, by the way, which is where they take the worst things that he did in the book and cut them out of the movie. I.e., in the movie, he doesn't rape twice. He doesn't violently rape other women. He doesn't nearly kill the flight attendant. We don't actually see him shoot anybody, and it's only even kind of seen once. Most of his violence against her is missing. Most of his threats are missing. So, movie tried to, like, make him not as much of a monster and evil and violent, even though he still is all of those things, quite clearly. And there's still a lot of, like, non-consensual touching and groping and grabbing and choking. But they did cut out, you know, kind of the worst of him, which I guess they figured, like, the audience has got to be rooting for him at the end when he's like all devastated because he thinks she's dead. And it's like, yeah, no, I'm not feeling bad for him at the end of the movie. That's not happening. If this is your way of saying thank you for saving your life, baby girl, I can't accept it. I won't do it with you until you're absolutely sure you want it. This is a huge lie. I wanted her to pull away. I needed the feeling of discomfort to vanish. She sent me a look full of reproach, but the feeling inside me didn't dissipate. It was only getting stronger. What the fuck is happening? Oh, what? Is the Grinch's heart growing 3 sizes? He's actually attracted to the woman he wants to fuck and not just thinking of her as a fuck doll? And he's confused by this? I'm not sure. What the fuck is happening? I thought as she jumped out of the jacuzzi and ran across the deck, grabbing the bathrobe on her way. What the hell are you doing, you fuckwit? I growled at myself, getting up. You're getting what you wanted from the start, and you push her away. I kept muttering in my mother tongue, following Laura's wet tracks. My heart was pounding because deep down I knew what would happen when I found her. I noticed her slipping into my cabin and smiled. This was no accident. I went inside and saw her standing with her back turned to me, trying to find the light switch. Suddenly the lights went on and I saw her spin around, startled. I slammed the door, paralyzing her with the loud bang. Oh, great. Now he gets to be evil, of course. She knew it was me. I killed the light and approached her, untying the bathrobe in one swift pull, letting it slip to the floor. I waited patiently. I needed to be sure of what I was doing, even though for the first time in my life I had no idea. I started to kiss her, and she kissed me back passionately. Next line's going to be, and then she got on her knees. The cover art is making your skin crawl of half a face of a blonde woman. I took her in my arms and carried her to bed. She lay in front of me, the pale light of the lamp illuminating her perfect body. I was waiting for a sign. And then there it was. She lifted her arms, crossing them behind her head, and smiled at me as if inviting me to get inside her. Not even gonna guess what that smile looks like. If we do this now, I won't be able to stop. You know that, right? If we cross this line, I'll fuck you whether you like it or not. That's in the burn video later. So fuck me. She sat up, her big eyes pinning me in place. You're mine now, and I'll keep you forever. I growled in Italian, looming a few inches above her. Yeah, nothing like saying threatening things in language she doesn't understand. But mine is on the list as well. And we might get 2 for 1 here. Oh, they are. They are like on. We are going to get 2 for 1 on double-sided of a page because where it says baby girl, I'm reading the back of the page where it said baby girl and where it says mine are like the exact same spot. This is going to be fun. Now I have to read the other page before I can set it on fire. Her eyes darkened. Lust was about to rip this lithe body apart. Her hands clasped my buttocks and she pulled me closer. I smiled. She couldn't wait to taste me. I knew it. 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 There's going to be a blowjob. I'm reaching for the Tums. I'm eating a Tums. Excuse the crunchy sound. Okay. Small pile of Tums. Oh, here's a line. Oh, God. I predicted that it would start with this, and it took 9 pages, but here we go. I really don't want to throw up tonight. I knew there was a reason. I was trying not to eat all day, and then I gave into a plate of fries that I'm now regretting because they may be about to come back up. This is her talking as she's holding his ass and pulling his dick closer to her. She says, "Put your hands on my head and punish me." I reserve the right to die. Her words took my breath away. The woman who was supposed to become the mother of my children was acting like a whore. Exactly what you wanted, you stupid fuckwit. And what is it with men? What is the Madonna whore complex with men? And I know it's more complex than I make it out to be. However, all guys, almost all men are guilty of this. They want a whore in the bedroom. They want their woman to act like a whore in the bedroom and do everything she's about to do and more. But as soon as there's a baby in the oven or the kid comes out, all of a sudden, that's the mother of your children. She's the holy deity, producer of breast milk and changer of diapers. And all of a sudden, it's wrong for her to get on her knees anymore. Like, ugh. I couldn't believe she wanted to give herself to me like that. I was gleeful, but at the same time, I felt fear. It was terrifying just how perfect she was. Dude, no, 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 because you've had this. Are you asking me to treat you like a whore? Is that what you want? You can't just treat her like your girlfriend? Like, why do you have to treat her like a whore because she's giving you head? Why does that automatically go whore territory? Like, she can't just be your girlfriend giving you a blowjob. Hi, puppy. Mommy, your voice is doing that stressed out thing that I'm supposed to listen for, and then you cuddle me, and then your voice doesn't do the thing because I'm a puppy. Yes, and petting me makes the whole world better because I'm a puppy. And petting me. And I yawn my stinky puppy breath right in your face. Right? Yeah. You think so? He's pretty sure that he's a puppy. He used to think he was a kitty sometimes. Now he's pretty settled on puppy. He's not falling asleep. No, his little eyes aren't closing at all. He's not falling right back to sleep at all. Not at all. He's not a sleepy baby dog. No, 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 no. Of course, puppy power. All the power of puppy. Yes, because you are the most powerful puppy, aren't you? Yes, you are. Yes, he's a good boy who takes care of mommy, just like Sasha and Butters. Hey, shout out to Butters. I know you will kill the duck. I am Team Butters, and I want a picture of that thing in pieces once he conquers. Okay, I kind of have to finish reading the book. So I need my hands back. This is when he pretends he can't hear me. Because if he can't hear me, then I can't put him down. Of course he's trying. The duck is holding his treats hostage. Therefore it must die. Yes, don't worry. I would never put your treats in a duck. Because you would just chew the shit out of it to get to the treat. He'd chew his way through a redwood tree if it had chicken in the middle. Wouldn't you? Yes, you would, because you're a very good chewer. He is a very accomplished chewer. It's something he does well. That and wagging his tail. Oh, you're so sweet. Yes, you are. You're so sweet. Okay. I love you. I love you, you stinky little thing. I think I'm going to take you in the shower with me tomorrow, huh? You like that? You want to get in the shower with me? Yeah. Good boy. Now he's going like, wait, why did you put me down? I wasn't done being cuddled yet. Yeah, the problem is you're never done being cuddled. Animals who can understand languages, a lot of animals can. A lot more than they used to think. And they have much broader vocabulary than people used to think, that's for sure. Oh. We're highlighting the treat me like a whore line. We have a new highlighter. I found one that's half full. So this should get us through the rest of the series. Ooh, it's way lighter than I thought. But that's possibly just because the tip is really dry, because this hasn't been used in forever. So it might just take some time. Butters didn't care for the Lion King. Yes, Don Massimo. Her quiet words and her submissiveness woke the demon in me. Oh God, oh God, oh God. Why? I felt all my muscles in my body tense. I was calm, though, in control. When she asked me to just be myself, and all the unnecessary emotions just went away. Slowly but surely, I pushed myself into her mouth and came nearly at the same instant as her eyes found mine. So just instantly, just immediately, he's done. What do you bet he's not? I felt my cock pressing against the wall of her throat, but I went even deeper, feeling that pressure that I loved so much. In other words, he's literally choking her, and this is what he likes. I was ecstatic, and Laura dealt with the entire length of my prick. I felt proud of her. I'm gonna puke. One Tums was not enough. Genuinely trying not to vomit. Not even close to kidding. My hips started thrusting slightly just to see how much she'd take. She was incredible. She took it all. Like, this is something to be proud of. I mean, I know some women probably are, but no. If at any point you stop enjoying it, tell me. Just make sure I know you're not teasing, I said. Yeah, how exactly is she supposed to do that, given what you're currently doing to her? There was no resistance on her part. She was giving herself to me entirely. Same goes for you, she replied, pulling away for a second. As her lips closed around my cock again, she picked up the pace. I knew she was playing with me and enjoying it. She was lascivious, trying to prove something to me. I fucked her throat and she wanted more. The thought brought me to the very edge of ecstasy. I did my best to slow her down, but to no avail. The orgasm crashed like a wave all over me. I didn't want it. Not now. Not so fast. I pushed her away, heaving and trying to stem the tide of cum. Okay, not thinking about it, 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 not thinking about it. They did actually spell it right that time. That's one for correct spelling. We'll take a stretch break when I get to the end of the prologue, which is in like 2 pages. And yes, we are about to play with fire. Nightwolf, are you trying to make me puke? Are you trying to make me vomit? Because that's not very nice. Like, why would you ever use that phrase? Laura smiled triumphantly. That was it. I slammed her into the bed and rolled her onto her belly. I couldn't watch. Not during our first time. I'm sorry, what? Yes, this is just the prologue. Nightwolf, what are you being grumpy about? I was deliberately not thinking anything about sex, because that is what I need to not think about. At least not while reading this. Things I'd rather think about than this: horses, daisies, flowers, stars. You know, anything plain, basic, and calm. I didn't want to come again so quickly, and I knew that was going to happen if I saw the rapture on her face. Okay, what does she have to be raptured about here? Because he hasn't done anything. You have to head out and try and get some rest. That's probably a good idea, Deacon. But thanks for being here. Yes, the book is poo. This is truth. I slipped 2 fingers inside her and realized with satisfaction that she was dripping wet. Laura moaned and writhed beneath me, and I went out of my mind again. I grabbed my cock and slowly slid it into her tight snatch. There we go, there we go, there we go. There's another one. We may break the record tonight. We're up to 3. She was hot and wet and all mine. Yep, there's 4. I could feel each inch of her sex-starved pussy. I'm sorry. How do you tell? There's at least 2 men in the chat. So Sadale and Nightwolf. Is there a way that your penis can tell that the pussy is sex-starved? Is this a thing? Is there a meter? Is there a rating? What is there? Does a light go on? How does that work? I pushed myself all the way in and clung to her, freezing in place. I wanted to savor the moment. I pulled out and then pushed myself inside again, harder. My lady moaned louder, growing impatient. She wanted me to fuck her. She needed to feel it hard and fast. Again, they're not talking at all, so this is all in his head. He's just making all of this up. My hips stroked and started to pound. I fucked her as hard as I was able, and still she wanted more. Okay, again, she hasn't said a word. This is all in his head. She screamed, only to lose her breath an instant later. I slowed down to lift her hips, intending to see my trophy in all its glory. My trophy! He just says it! He just says it! Yes, there's a light that goes on if the pussy is sex-starved. That's good to know. But before we continue, we are going to go back and go for a 2 for 1. Because, yeah, the mention of baby girl and mine, they are literally, they're the same word play. They're in the exact same place on the exact same opposite sides of the page. Oh, that's lovely. All right, so here we go. Oh, wait, I haven't been keeping up on the burn list. Oh, I gotta remember to do that. Okay, so we've got 2 for mine, 1 for Snatch, and 1 for Baby Girl. All right, our inaugural burn. First burn of the new book. No going back. Not that we want to. But here we go. Let's go 2 for 1. 3, 2, 1, fire. I think we got it. Oh, yeah. We got them both. This one smells different. Or maybe it's just not been on fire enough yet. But we got them both. All right, we got another burn coming. I gotta finish the page first. And then we gotta burn across 2 words in 1 line. I'll probably do that in 2 short bursts, because otherwise I think the whole book might go up. Because it still catches on fire pretty easy. Ay. As her back arched and I saw the dark hole and couldn't help myself. I licked my thumb and started trailing it around her back entrance. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Because I don't think he did. I think she told him no and he listened once and then didn't. Or this is revisionist history. Who knows? Don Massimo, she moaned, suddenly afraid, but didn't move an inch away. I laughed. Don't be afraid, baby girl. There we go. We're not even out of the prologue, and I'm up to 5 on. We're going to get there, but not tonight, thank God. She didn't resist, and I felt glad she couldn't see the wide grin on my face. My lady liked anal. She really was perfect. Okay, I'm sorry. What part of. How are you getting to she likes anal from touched her there and she was suddenly afraid? I'm sorry. You started to go there. She got suddenly afraid and clearly did not want that. We later find out she's a virgin in that way. And he's just going, wow, she really likes anal. He has like a tenuous grasp on reality at best. He's definitely seeing what he wants to see and not what's reality. Ugh. Ugh. She really was perfect. I took a deep breath and then grabbed her hips, shoving my cock deep inside her cunt. And then again and again. I fucked her hard and without mercy. Leaning down, I started to fondle her clit, and after a moment I felt her clamp around my dick. She pushed her face into the pillows, screaming something I didn't understand, and I charged in even harder, feeling her climax. I couldn't stand not seeing her face after all. I needed to see her orgasm. I wanted to see the relief in her eyes. I turned her over and clung to her. How is he magically spinning her while she's still, like, while his dick is still in her? Because, like, again, try it with dolls. Wrapping my arms around her body, fucking her like a whore again. When did you stop? Then I felt her spasm rhythmically. Those two words do not go together. Her eyes glazed over, her lips parted, but no sound came out. She climaxed for a long while, nearly crushing my dick with her pussy. See, this is why I think the author is a virgin, because she clearly doesn't know how pussy works. Because, you know, Suddenly her body went limp and she fell onto the mattress. I slowed down, allowing my hips to keep gently stroking. I reached for her wrists. She was exhausted. I pinned her arms above her head. She was going to resist what I was going to do now. So he's preemptively. How is it getting worse? How is it getting worse? How is it getting worse? He's anticipating she's going to resist him, so he's pinning her wrists down above her head when she's exhausted and spent. I really thought we'd at least make it to the first chapter before I put a tick next to he's a rapist. Apparently not. That line ain't escaping. Come on my belly. I want to see it, she rasped, half conscious. Ew, 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 ew. Spelled it wrong, and ew. And ew, 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 ew. No, I replied with a smile and started to fuck her again. I exploded. I could feel the waves of cum flood into her. Not how that works. They spelled it right. This is like the second time they spell it wrong on one line, right on the next line. Like, nobody caught that? This was the perfect day to conceive a baby. See, we knew he was doing it on purpose. We totally knew he was doing it on purpose because he knew she wasn't on birth control and she didn't, and he knew her cycle. Yeah. It was as if the whole universe wanted her to get pregnant. No, just you. She fought me, trying to push me away, but was too weak to overcome my strength. This is not a boast. A while later, I collapsed on her, sweaty and hot. Massimo, what the hell are you doing? She cried. You know I don't use pills. Girl, he's already fucked you like 9 ways from Sunday. Like, why is it erotica authors never know how sex and pregnancy actually work? Because him coming inside her for what, like the 5th time? That it doesn't work that way. It is not by accumulation. She kept trying to free herself from my clutches, and I couldn't hide my satisfaction, just in case we needed more confirmation that yes, he's a monster. You're right. You can't trust those pills. Oh, God. Is there secretly a MAGA hat on the cover of the book? Because it's sounding like it, and I can't take it. But you have a contraceptive implant, see? I aimed a finger at her arm. The tracker I had ordered implanted inside her was very similar in size to the contraceptive implant like the one Anna had. That's why I knew she'd fall for it. So yes, confirmed that it was bullshit. It was always a tracker. He was lying from day one, and that he had every intention of knocking her up because then she wouldn't leave him. So we're just dissing on all like single moms or women that get pregnant without a man at all. Or, you know, career women that just have a baby by themselves because that's totally allowed. But no, if I knock her up, she has to stay with me. She has no other choice. Book is going to ignore the existence of abortion, isn't it? Uh-huh. We're just going to pretend that's not an option. And doesn't exist. You know, and you can say they're both Catholic or whatever, which is possible, because also, that was a weird thing in the movie. He's an Italian mob boss, and yet he's got all these tattoos, which already is weird. That's just already weird to begin with. But he has a lot of Catholic tattoos, including, I don't know if any of these are real. There's one on his chest that I think is definitely real, that is the actual actor has that tattoo. Because it's somebody's name on his chest. I couldn't make it out because it's like in cursive, and but I think that one at least was real. There are a number of tattoos in the movie. Again, some of them were definitely real, some of them were not. But I did note one, and I'm really curious if this one was real or not, because he had the one of the papal symbols. The character is Catholic. I don't know if the actor is Catholic, but he had the crossed keys on his back upside down, which is the mark that was given, I believe, to Judas in the Bible. He was branded with the triumphal keys upside down to mark him as a traitor, basically. So is that supposed to show us that, like, he knows he's a traitor to God? He knows he's a demon condemned to hell? Like, what? And then, of course, we have the ultimate cringe line of the roommate, because Laura's telling the roommate that he's like a god. He's like got the perfect body and he's amazing. And the roommate's like, did God shape his dick too? And she's like, no, the devil. And I'm like, I'm sorry, that's not nearly as sexy as you think it is. And the Bechtel, why can I not have words? I'm not even drinking yet. Also, it's 9:30 and I'm not drinking yet. Chat, you are letting me down here. You're supposed to tell me these things. You know I don't notice, but we're getting through this prologue, and then I'm going to pour a drink. But yeah, this stupid ass line about like the devil and just, oh my god. It was so bad. It was all so bad. I'm going to have to go back and highlight so much of this. Ugh. When you were asleep that first night, I ordered it implanted. I didn't want to risk anything. It'll work for 3 years, but you can remove it after the first one. I couldn't stop smiling as the thought that my son might start growing inside her after that night. And we're just assuming that it's going to be a boy, because of course. Will you get off me? She sputtered angrily. I chose to ignore her. I'm putting 2 marks next to he's a rapist for that. Unfortunately, I won't be able to do it for a while yet. It would be hard to fuck you from a distance. I flicked a strand of hair from her forehead. When I saw your face for the first time, I didn't desire you. I was terrified by that vision. With time, when your portraits were all around my house, I began to notice the details of your soul. From a portrait that you dictated to someone of a woman you hallucinated while dying. Ugh. You have no idea how perfectly they reflect the real you. You and I are so alike, Laura. There's a move right out of the Kidnapper's Handbook. You and I are the same. If I was even able to love, this was the moment I fell in love with the woman lying beneath me on the bed. I looked at her, feeling something change inside me. That first night, I stayed beside you and watched you until morning. I could feel your scent, the heat of your body. You were alive, real, and you were right there next to me. Later that day, I couldn't leave you. I felt an irrational fear that you wouldn't be there when I returned. I had no idea why I was saying all that, but I just felt the need for her to know everything about me. There was fear in my voice. On the one hand, I wanted her to fear me, but on the other, I needed her to know the truth. End of prologue. That was all the prologue. We got some burning to do. Okay. We got 2 for 1. We got 2 on the other side. Oh, and I'm putting 2 marks next to he's a rapist. All right. So, for the first time in this book, we have Snatch and Mine. 3, 2, 1, fire! Fire! I said don't set the whole book on fire. Ugh, it has to listen better, I swear. Maybe I should spank it with my crop. Ooh, it went through a couple of pages. It's okay, it's the ones we already read. That's why I waited. Okay, the smoky is still a thing. Look how much this is smoking. Seriously, look at this. It is not actively on fire. At least I don't think. No, it's just smoldery embery. It's still doing that weird charring pattern. Really weird. Ugh, I will insist on making a mess. Whew. A little hot. Alright, and for the second time, baby girl. 3, 2, 1, burn. Okay, it's hard to see where it's on fire sometimes. See, look at the charring. What is that? I feel like that's not normal. And yet I had so much difficulty getting it to fucking burn. Alright, was that it for the prologue, or did we have one more? We did not. We did not. Alright, so we're up to 5 burnings. We are going into chapter 1, but we are taking a stretch break, and we're going to watch the burn video! Okay, I have to play something with sound for a second to put the screen back up, or else it won't play the sound on the video. There is a music card credit, so please read, because the songs are awesome. There's Moth in here. Oh. Aw, Nightwolf, that's such a cute picture you sent me. I love it. Yeah, I would totally go for that. 100%. I could put a dent in that for sure. All right.
Their mind, and you are still not entitled.
Okay, that's because I needed sound, because it's weird. Okay, so please tell me immediately if the sound isn't playing. I'm going to mute myself and play the burn video. This is the 2 songs that are in it. Wait, let me turn my camera off so you can see properly. But yeah, this is the 2 bands. These are both from the YouTube studios, so they're free use. But I always like to give credit. So here we go. This is the first 365 days book being burned in entirety. And yes, things got very, very smoky in my bathroom. I really gotta bring a fan in there when I set things on fire. But here we go. I'm gonna pour a drink while this plays. I'm wet. I need to be punished. My penis stirred in my pants. Maybe I'd overdone it, but sometimes you just need a show of force. She did as she ordered without hesitation. You don't have any idea what's coming, darling, I thought. I felt her choking. I could feel her fighting for breath. Was my condition deteriorating? Were the hallucinations growing stronger? Laura Biel, you are mine now. My mistress was so close. Immediately made my dick hard as steel. My left hand shot out to grab her by the neck, and my right smacked her on the ass cheek. A woman should always be beautiful, even if she's hurting. The night was hot. I was drunk. My birthday was ending, and everything felt wrong. I tried to jump to my feet. Pushed me back into the armchair. I told you to sit down. I will not tolerate any insubordination. When I tell you to do something and you decide to do the opposite, it will always end up badly for you. You're driving me crazy, Laura. Crazy and mad. I may be forced to hurt you. He swung his leg over me and sat astride me, pinning me down. I went rigid with terror, and it must have shown on my face. Massimo saw it, and he liked it. I said I wouldn't do anything without your consent, but I don't know if I'll be able to stop myself after all. When you're so fragile and helpless, I want you even more. I want to fuck you like nobody ever did before. I want you to feel pain and rapture. His words made me wet instantly. When had I last had sex? The only thing I could think of was sucking his dick. I took out the pink toy and washed it thoroughly. It really was my best friend at the moment. I like to masturbate laying down. He dropped his head and gently bit on my nipple. This is mine. I won't do anything without your consent. Remember that. I won't force myself on you. I promised. It's hard for me to control myself, but I won't rape you. I screamed, helpless, balling my fists. If this is your way of disciplining yourself, I can gladly hit you harder. You'd like to slap me in the face? I needed to escape him. I ran down the stairs. Why are you being so stubborn? Why don't you listen to me? If we do it now, I won't be able to stop. You know that, right? If we cross this line, I'll fuck you whether you like it or not. I couldn't help but think how cruel, brutal, and ruthless Massimo could be. I'm going to lay you on the table and take you. I
I've never made love to anyone. I only fucked. And I liked it. I knew he was a wild animal, ready to pounce, and that the attack would come any time now. I can change for you. I won't change for everyone else. If I want something, I get it. I would have kidnapped you that day or some other. It was just a matter of time. I loved rough sex, and the threat of it was something I treated more like a promise. I wasn't asking for your permission, Laura. I was informing you what I'll do. I'm not going to be gentle. All my anger will focus on you, and I'm afraid you might not like the way I'll treat you. Massimo tightened his grip on my throat and pressed himself against me. I'll treat you like a whore. Do you understand me, Laura? And even if you change your mind, I won't stop. He always turned me on when he was so commanding. I liked it that he didn't ask my permission, instead just telling me what he was going to do. I need to get inside you. I'll go crazy if I don't. His hard cock resting on my buttocks. I don't want you to. I know, he said, and impaled me. Fucked me hard, violent.
So what did we think? I worked very hard to get that done today. And if you're wondering why it ends abruptly, it's because I could not breathe. Let's just say with the door closed, the bathroom was a lot smoky. I really don't think these books deserve a Viking funeral. I never even thought of that. I totally love it though. But we have our inaugural glass of wine. I'm pretty sure it's always hard when you change wine glasses because it's not. See, on this one, this is a bigger glass for one. It's taller. Okay. When they're both level, they look like this. So yeah, this one's taller, but also I could fill it to the bottom of where it says Game of Thrones and know that was like the halfway point. This doesn't have that. I'm gonna have to add it. But look how shiny it is. Look how much is reflecting my screen. Holy cow! I'll have to be careful of that. Next week, this will be blinged out. There will be bling. I just really, really didn't have time. But I think I've got it filled to approximately the same place with the same volume. I'm pretty sure. Or as close as I can. So, this is our inaugural drink from our brand new book club glass that we worked very hard to get. And though it has taken 2.5 weeks, I'm finally getting a refund on the one that got stolen. I had to argue with the seller for like a week and a half, and they were being jerks, so I had to go over their head. But it should, in theory, I should get my money back in about 5 days, which is good. But for now, let's see. First drink, new book. Yes, I'm not going to R-word you. Several lines of I'm going to R-word you later. Yes! That is, now that I saw the movie, I have discovered the very great pleasure of watching other people react to this movie for the first time, because I couldn't watch any of those till I saw it. You gotta watch some of those. They are the funniest shit of people who don't know. Some people don't even know that this was a book before it was a movie, so they're really blind. And yeah, just watching people react to the movie. One of them, they were playing a drinking game that they didn't understand. Oh, by the way, I went on one of those sites that an AI site that will generate a drinking game for any movie that you tell it to. Told it to make one for 365 days. Here is what an AI generated program came up with. Take a shot when a woman is scared. Take a shot when a woman is threatened. Drink once when a woman is touched against her will. Drink once when a woman is kissed against her will. Drink once when a woman is forced to do something she doesn't want to do. That is what AI came up with when asked to make a drinking game. The more common one was every time Massimo says, "Are you lost, baby girl?" Every time there's a sex scene. Every time Massimo tells Lara not to push him. Every time Lara does push Massimo. Every time an obnoxious song comes on. And finish your entire drink the first time that Massimo and Lara have sex. I did not look to see if there's a drinking game for the second one because I didn't want it to spoil anything. But before we watch the movie, I will be looking to see if what drinking game goes with this, as I'm sure that there is one. Yeah, it does sound like alcohol poisoning. Several of them do come with warnings that say, like, have a preset of drinks, have, like, you know, safety things in place, eat food. So, our first drink, unfortunately not being chugged, darn, but our first drink in our new glass, new book, and it is still Valentine's Day. So what else can we drink to? Of course, here's to love. Now that's what I'm talking about. Can I convince you to cover the cover? If you will tell me what disturbs you about it. Is it because she looks like a doll? Is it because it looks like a photo of an actual fuck doll? One of those real dolls? The silicone ones? Nope, that is coffee stains. I'm trying to see where do I have a piece of paper that I can cover it with. Okay, this cord doesn't reach that far. Okay, here you go. Blank paper. Oh, come here. Last one I'm always bird. Okay, screw it. We'll go with line. Okay, it's not the best, but it will do for now. Next week I'll rig up something more permanent. Yes, it looks like a fuck doll. You can make a real person look like that unless it is a fuck doll. It might be. For all we know, this is a doll on the cover. It easily could be. Or it's just so touched up by AI and airbrushed and photoshopped, that it just looks fake as hell, even though it was an actual picture of a real actress. They just made it look fake with too much retouching. That is certainly a possibility. Bad book with worse cover art, yeah. Well, bad books tend to have bad cover art. It goes together. All right. Almost 2 hours in. We have finally made it to chapter 1. Now it's really starting. Because everything we just read is happened in the other book, so we're just getting into this one now. It grew quiet, and I closed my eyes, realizing what I'd just said. It was another one of those times my mind only wanted to think something, but mistakenly ordered my mouth to voice the thought. Oh, okay, so we're picking up literally right when she's blurted out, "I'm pregnant." "Say that again," he said calmly, raising my chin. I looked at him and felt my eyes welling with tears. "I'm pregnant, Massimo. We're going to have a baby." The man in black fixed me with a wide-eyed stare before collapsing to the ground and kneeling before me. He lifted my shirt and planted a soft kiss on my belly, murmuring something in Italian. I had no idea what was happening, but as I took his face in my hands, I felt tears running down his cheeks. Oh, bullshit! Bull fucking shit! That strong, imperious, dangerous man was kneeling before me and crying. I couldn't stop myself, and I felt tears streaking down my face, too. We froze for a long while, allowing ourselves to take in the new circumstances. This is so undeserved. The man in black rose from his knees and kissed me passionately on the lips. "I'll buy you a tank," he said, "and if that's not enough, I'll dig a bunker myself. I promise you I'll protect the two of you, even if I have to pay with my own life." Yeah, he's gonna put her in a bunker and, like, chain her to a wall, I swear to God. I swear to God, he's gonna do everything Gray thought about doing. He said, "You too," I thought, and broke down again. "Hey, baby girl." Oh, we're up to 6. We're up to 6. It's a good sign. I wiped away the tears with the hem of my sleeve. "These are tears of joy," I said, making my way to the bathroom. I'll just be a minute." When I returned, Massimo was sitting on the bed with nothing but his boxers on. Oh, of course this is an occasion for sex. She just said we're pregnant, so of course there has to be sex. Ugh. Then he got up and crossed the distance between us to plant a kiss on my forehead. "I'll take a shower. Don't go anywhere." I lay down, snuggling against the pillow and analyzing what had happened. I'd been aware the man in black I hadn't been aware the man in black was even capable of crying, least of all out of joy. A few moments later, the door to the bathroom opened and he appeared in the doorway, naked and dripping with water. Of course. Slowly he made his way to the bed, allowing me to drink in the sight of him before laying down next to me. "When did you find out?" he asked. "On Monday, when I got my blood tested." "Why didn't you tell me before?" "I didn't want to tell you before your trip. Besides, I needed to come to terms with it myself." "Does Olga know?" "Yes, and your brother too." Massimo frowned and rolled on to his back. Why didn't you tell me Dominic and you were family?" I asked. He took a moment to think, biting on his lip. "I wanted you to have a friend. Someone close, who you'd trust. If you knew he was my brother, you would have acted differently. Dominic knows how valuable you are to me. I wouldn't have anyone else taking care of you when I was gone." It made sense, I thought. I wasn't mad and didn't hold anything against him. "So, are we calling off the wedding?" I asked, looking him in the eyes. Massimo rolled to his side and stuck to me with the entire length of his body. "You're joking, right? The child needs to have a full family. And a family is 3 people, remember?" He started to kiss me gently. "What did the doctor say? Did you ask him if we can..." Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Why does every guy think as soon as you're pregnant you can't have sex? Like, I don't know where that comes from, but it's so prevalent. Like, so many guys think that. He wouldn't chain her to the wall, he'd chain her to the headboard of a bed. You're right. You are right about that. All right, I need to be right back. Okay. Bio break. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. What's the best bed you ever had? And why? I'll be right back. Hey, Sarah Bellum, good to see ya. Current one where I can elevate it when my husband snores. This is good. This is good. Oh, since it has been 2 hours, I will remind everyone that we have ducks available to sponsor. We have our random duck for $10 each. We have our lovely line of painted ducks that are 15. We have a few new additions this week. We have our Cleopatra duck and our rooster duck and the usual lineup. We still have handcuffs for $25 for the rest of the evening. Or for $50, I will refill and chug this glass. So they're sharing the happy news that they're about to be parents and he wants to get some. I laughed and slid my tongue into his mouth. He moaned and crushed my lips in a passionate kiss. Yeah, I'll take that as a yes, he rasped, pulling away from me. I'll be gentle, I promise. When has he ever done anything gently? He had that one line. He had one line in the first book where he was like, I want you to teach me how to be gentle. And then nothing was done with that. He never brings it up again. She never brings it up again. And certainly never actually taught him to be gentle with her. He reached out to the nightstand and turned off the TV, plunging the room into complete darkness. His hand shot out and snatched the sheets from me, tossing them to the ground. Before it slid His hand shot out and snatched the sheets from me, tossing them to the ground before it slid beneath my blouse and pulled it off, meaning he ripped it off. Massimo's hands explored my body, gently touching my face before trailing down and clamping onto my breasts and squeezing. Yeah, that sounds so gentle. His head followed his hands as he pinched my nipple between his teeth and sucked. Yeah, this is sounding so very gentle. A strange feeling overcame me, a kind of pure ecstasy that I'd never felt before when someone did that. Massimo didn't rush it. He took his time, savoring the different areas of my body. His lips flew from one nipple to the other, only to venture back to my face, kissing me passionately on the mouth. I could feel his cock swelling slowly as it rubbed against me with each motion of his body. A while later, I started to grow impatient. Horny and starved of his attentions, I took over the initiative. I wanted to have him. Oh my god. Sharing the happy news with who? Hasn't she been kidnapped? How do you explain that kind of meet cute to your mom? Yeah, also, I don't know how much of the prologue you heard, persnickety, but we got it from his point of view that, yeah, the night that he knocked her up, that, yeah, it was fully intentional. He knew it was the right time. He lied to her intentionally about the birth control. Yeah. You're a grandma. If I leave him, he'll murder you. Isn't he dreamy? Yeah, that's about it. About it. Yep. 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 But we have our 6th time playing with fire this evening. Once again for baby girl. Oh, did I mark that down? Did I mark it down? I did not. Naughty me. There we go. That's better. All the burnings genuinely got me like sweating. Oh. Okay. Smother. Yes, that went through several pages. God, this is what it looks like already. And we covered the cover because it was disturbing some people. I keep forgetting this isn't E.L. James. I'm constantly expecting a dragon nightlight to make an appearance. No! Oh, yes, at least we don't have fucking dragon fucking nightlight. Jesus Christ. Never ever letting that go. Not ever. Right now, I lifted myself a fraction, but the man in black predicted my movement and pinned my shoulders to the bed. Isn't it great when he's gentle? Come to me, I whispered, squirming beneath him. I felt rather than saw his triumphant smirk. He knew how much I wanted him. I'm only just beginning, baby girl. There it is again. I'm gonna need a new pen. Massimo's lips trailed down my skin, starting with the neck, passing my breasts and my tummy to finally end up where they should have been from the very beginning. Okay, so she's all about going downtown. That's fine. Excuse me. He kissed and licked me through the thin lace of my thong, teasing my throbbing clit before slowly pulling the underwear down my legs and tossing it aside. I spread my legs, knowing what was coming. His hips started to undulate in the silk sheets, delicately and steadily. I felt his breath between my legs, and a wave of lust crashed over me. Massimo slowly slid his tongue inside me and moaned. You're so wet, Laura, he breathed. I don't know if it's the pregnancy or if you've just missed me. Okay. Shut up, Massimo, I replied, pressing his head against my wet snatch. Make me come. All right, so we've also got snatch and another wrong spelling of come. My commanding tone brought out the animal in him. He clasped his hands on my thighs and pulled me rapidly down the bed, pushing a pillow under my back and kneeling on the cover he had thrown off of the bed earlier. My breathing quickened. I knew whatever he was about to do, he wouldn't take much time doing it. The man in black slid 2 fingers inside me while his thumb trailed soft circles around my clitoris. My muscles tensed and I let out a loud moan. That's when he turned his palm around and his thumb gave way to his tongue. Help me out a bit, baby girl. Like, what? Girl, she can't even, like, reach him. He's, like, down, like... By the way, we've got 3 burnings on this one page, so this is going to be fun. Something fell over, and I don't know what. I knew what he was asking for. With one hand, I spread my pussy, giving him better access to the most sensitive spots. Okay, apparently that's what he wanted. As his tongue started to rhythmically flick against my clit, I knew I wasn't going to last long. His fingers picked up the pace inside me, and their pressure became harder. I couldn't keep the orgasm at bay anymore. It had been looming over me like a great cloud since Massimo had first touched me. I came with a long, piercing scream before collapsing on the pillow. Okay, now we get to burn some stuff. Okay, we've got another baby girl. That makes 5. We've got 2 for snatch, so we're up to 1, 2, 3. Hey, we're up to 10. That ties the record. We're up to 10. We have the record. If we get one more, it breaks the record. Okay, let's do this carefully. And number 2. Okay, that one got a little too big. This is why we smother. And number 3 is at the bottom of the page. 1, 2, 3. Burn, baby girl. Burn. See, I'm getting better. I'm getting better with the targeting and not setting the whole page on fire. Though look at how much sweat is pouring off my face. I've had like 2 sips of wine, so it's not the wine, it's the fire. And the fact that it's near my face and the heat. Let me try my face for a second. Oh. Well, there goes half my makeup. Oh. And a duck. Our brand new Cleopatra duck, complete with ducky wig. Okay, that's better. I am indeed melting. It's entirely true. Oh, God, this is all tangled. Oh. Yes, I am indeed melting from the fire. And the fact that this negligee does not breathe. Okay, I know it's very open on top, but it does not breathe at all. This is 100% like polyester and nylon. It doesn't breathe. No, I'm not drunk enough for this. Not drunk at all. Literally only had like 2 sips of wine. What is wrong with me tonight? God, do I want Chinese food rice? Just rice, nothing else. Maybe egg rolls. Mostly rice. Where was I? I'll have another go, he whispered, keeping his lips clamped around my clit. I've neglected you lately, babe. Aw. If he says babe one more time, it's going on the list. I thought he was joking, but I was wrong. His fingers began to move faster, and the thumb that had been playing with my clitoris earlier now moved to my back entrance. My buttocks tensed involuntarily. Oh no, he wasn't joking at all. Oh, God. Like, we're only 17 pages in, and it's been, like, 14 pages of sex. And seriously, what is it with erotic authors that can't say the words ass or asshole? Relax, my love. I did as he told me. I was in for more ecstasy. When his finger finally slipped delicately inside, I could already feel another orgasm coming. Massimo knew perfectly how to make my body react the way he wanted to. Wow, he learned fast, especially because they haven't actually had any conversation whatsoever about what she likes in terms of sex. And whenever she said no, as she did to doing anal, he's ignored it and become a rapist. So, not so sure that he knows what her body likes as much as he knows what he likes doing. And, you know, it's a physiological response after that. His fingers pistoned into both my holes, his tongue and lips pushing against my sweet spot. Another wave of orgasm washed over me, and then one more. I think that's up to 4. She's like a bubblegum machine with the orgasm. You press the right button and it just goes. When I reached the point at which ecstasy was physically painful, I clawed at his neck. I was out of breath. I collapsed on the pillow, breathing heavily. The man in black turned me over, yanking me up the bed and lifting my legs so my knees were nearly touching my shoulders. He knelt with his cock fully erect. And you know this because your face is on the bed and your ass is in the air because he just jammed her legs up underneath her, which I'm sure that felt real great. Oh, I'm gonna have to try not to vomit again, aren't I? If it hurts, just say so, he breathed, pushing himself inside me before I could react. Not how that works, and yes, that definitely hurt. And what is he actually gonna stop if she says ow? Like that's ever happened? His thick, bulging prick slid deeper into me, pushing its way forward. As he reached the end, Massimo's hips stopped as if waiting for me to say something. How about, get the hell off me? Nope, she opts for fuck me, Don Massimo, I said, my arms wrapping around, wait, his neck? What? No. No, 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 not unless her arms are backwards and 8 feet long. What? No, because it said, she turned me over, yanking me up the bed, lifting my legs so that my knees nearly touched my shoulders. So what, is she on her back now? What, she was on her stomach when he was going downtown? Because I don't think that's not what they said. I think the author forgot which way she was facing. I didn't have to say it twice. His body burst into motion, pumping like a machine gun. He fucked me fast and hard, just the way we both liked it. After a while, the man in black stopped, put his hands around me, and rolled me over before sliding his dick back in and going back to his wild ride. By the way, this is after he said, I'll be gentle. Ay vey. I could feel him getting close, but he couldn't decide how and when he wanted to come. Wrong spelling again. Another instant later, he slid out and rolled me back to my initial position. His hand groped around the nightstand. He found the remote and turned the lights on, bathing the bedroom in a delicate light. With his knees, he spread my thighs and slowly slid back into my wet pussy, his gaze never leaving my face. Okay, no matter how you look at it, there's no way all the flipovers make sense. He leaned over and lowered himself, clinging to me, his lips hovering just a few inches above mine. I could see his eyes glazing over as a powerful shiver of ecstasy shook the man in black. His hips pumped even harder, slamming into me, and his back ran with sweat. Massimo orgasmed for a long time, but his eyes never wavered. I had never seen anything as sexy in my entire life. I don't want to pull it out, he said, rasping. Who's this? I laughed and ran my fingers through his hair. You're crushing our daughter. Massimo closed me in like a vice grip and rolled both of us over. Now I was on top. With one hand, he picked up the bed cover, pulling it over my back. A girl, he asked, stroking my hair. I'd like it to be a girl, but knowing my luck, it'll be a boy, and I'll never stop worrying if he'll follow in your steps. The man in black laughed out loud and nestled his head in the crook of my neck. He'll do whatever he likes. I'll make sure to get him everything he'd ever dreamed of. Oh, that's a great way to raise a child. Spoil them rotten while you are a mob boss and shoot people. We'll have to talk this over one day, but let's leave it for now. Massimo said nothing for a while, only tightening his embrace. Finally, he ordered, go to sleep now. Go fuck yourself? No, wait, don't. You probably bring me with you. I'm not sure how long I slept. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I did was grab my phone. God damn it, it was noon. Who sleeps this late? I do. I do. I turned my head, searching for the man in black, but the space beside me on the bed was empty. Why wasn't I surprised? For a while I stayed in bed, slowly shaking off the sleep before I got up and went to the bathroom. If Massimo was back, I needed to look my best. Girl! Oh my god, her fucking relentless vanity is just on my last freaking nerve. Oh. Whew. A lot of the melting is what I'm wearing. I don't know. Did it actually suddenly get warm here? Let's see. We were expecting a couple of warmer days. Yeah, it's only -1 right now. So it probably actually is a little warm in here. Because they've had the heat way up because it's been so cold. And now it's not as cold, but the heat is still up. Well, it's better than when I couldn't feel my feet, which was Wednesday. Better than I had for the last couple of days, but of course without actually revealing that I had done anything to make myself up. What is that bullshit? Seriously. I wanted him to believe I woke up this pretty. Ugh. I accented my eyes and brushed my newly cut hair. Then I rummaged through the wardrobe and found a pair of denim shorts, a bright sweater leaving one shoulder bare, and a pair of beige emus. I'm guessing that's a designer brand? As long as I could show off my body and it was still warm outside, I would dress however I liked. I met Dominic in the corridor. Oh, hi. Have you seen Olga? She woke up a moment ago. I just ordered breakfast. Or lunch, more like. And Massimo. You've come back to us, Deacon? It got worse. Excuse me. Now we're in the present. He promised her he would be gentle and then wasn't. They had like 8 pages worth of sex. And now it's the next morning. And Massimo. He left early in the morning, but he should be back any time now. How are you feeling? I leaned against a doorframe and smiled playfully. Oh, just perfect. Wonderful. Dominic raised his hand and waved me off. Yada yada, my brother was just as bubbly. I'm asking if anything hurts. I've booked you another visit to the cardiologist and a gynecologist. You should be at the clinic by 3. She literally was just at a gynecologist like maybe 3 days ago. This is not necessary. Thanks, Dominic, I said, leaving him on my way to the garden. The day was warm and the sun shone through the cloud cover. Olga was sitting by the table reading a newspaper. Passing by her, I planted a kiss on top of her head before taking a seat in an armchair. What's up, bitch? She greeted me, sending me a glance through her shades. What's with the smug face? They give you the same pills I had? I totally blacked out. I only just got up. Think that doc has more of those? Why was the friend drugged? Wait, what did we miss? Why was the friend drugged? Was she like just I don't know having in shock or something after somebody tried to run them off the road? That was like 3 days ago now. Like what? How? What? Okay. And just another book where drugs are just the answer to everything. Okay. I got something way better, I replied, raising my brows with a meaningful smirk. Olga took off her sunglasses and put the paper down, staring at something behind me. All right, tits up. Massimo's back. I turned in my chair and saw the man in black appearing through the door, making his way towards us. I felt hot all of a sudden. He wore gray pants and a graphite sweater with the collar of a white shirt sticking out from underneath. He had one hand in his pocket and the other onto a cell phone to his ear. He was breathtaking, godly, and most important, mine. I don't care who says it, it's still getting burned. And that breaks the record. We're up to 11. Olga watched Massimo closely as he stopped near the edge of the garden, talking over the phone and staring out to the sea. I'll bet he fucks like a god, she mused, shaking her head. I raised a cup of tea to my lips, keeping my eyes on the man in black. Want me to tell you just how good he is? No need. The look on your face alone tells me all I need to know. Besides, a guy like that pretty much guarantees satisfaction, eh? No. Not how that works. I felt glad her humor was back and that she decided not to talk about what happened yesterday. I needed to keep it out of my head, too. Otherwise, I might have gone mad. Massimo ended the call and approached the table with a stony expression. Good to see you, Olga. Thanks for inviting me, Don Massimo. It was very kind of you to let me accompany Laura during her big day. Oh, is the wedding today, or is the wedding like tomorrow or something? Oh, you gotta go, Nightwolf? Alright. Stay warm, sleep well. I'll miss you. Yeah, no, the way her and the friend talk, it's I'm trying to decide, is it better or worse than the movie Catwoman? It's worse. Because Catwoman, while it was terrible, absolutely terrible, and the dialogue between Halle Berry and the friend was just cringe all the fucking time. It's like, yeah, no. It's so bad. Like, this is worse because it's explicit, and it's in some way dumber, even though that is one of the dumbest movies of all time. Like, Gothic is a good movie. Massimo grimaced while he kicked Olga in the shin under the table. What's with the kick? She asked, genuinely baffled. It is an honor, even if not even your parents are here, are they? She took a breath, apparently intending to continue, but suddenly reminded herself that I was supposed to keep my nerves under control. How are my girls? The man in black changed the subject, bending over me and planting a kiss on my tummy and then my lips. That only disconcerted Olga. I don't like that he's referring to the two of them as his girls. That makes me uncomfortable. You told him, she burst out in Polish. I thought he just got back. I did. He returned last night. Well then, now I know why you're in such a good mood. Nothing like a good fuck. Especially after popping a bunch of tranquilizers. How many times have you done that? She nodded her head knowingly and got back to skimming through her paper. Massimo took his place at the head of the table and turned his head to me. When are you going to see the doctor? When are we going to see the doctor? What do you mean we? Yeah, this is a terrible idea. I'm going with you. No. All of the no. Hell no. Not a chance in hell. No. He's gonna end up pulling a gun. I know it. I'm not sure I'd like that. I grimaced at the image of him accompanying me to the gynecologist. The doctor is a man. I'd like him to stay alive a bit longer. Do you even know what an OBGYN exam looks like? What do you bet? That's a big fat no. He has absolutely no idea what he's getting his way into. Absolutely no. Olga spat out her coffee. If Dominic shows him that he's the best at what he does. Besides, I can wait outside if you prefer. No way, Massimo. There's a special screen, Olga chimed in, putting her newspaper down. You'll have the time of your life. And now I'm throwing things at the friend across the table. You want another kick, just say the word, I hissed at her in Polish. Can you two speak English? The man in black growled. When you speak Polish, I get the feeling you're laughing at me. Rightly so. He sat down in the last free chair. Oh, Dominic appeared out of the blue to defuse the situation. He sat down in the last free chair. I need your help, Olga, he said. Would you come with me, please? Okay. So we're just going to remove the friend. I raised an eyebrow, turning to the young Italian. Keeping secrets from me? Nope, Olga replied, and then turned to Dominic, saying, Sure I would, when our little lovebirds go to the doctor. Not as if I have anything better to do anyway. Brother, Dominic's eyes moved to Massimo. Can I officially congratulate you now? Massimo's stare grew less hostile, and a slight smile illuminated his face. Dominic got up and walked over to his brother, saying something in Italian. The two men embraced, patting each other's backs. It was a new and heartwarming sight for me. The man in black sat down and took a sip of his coffee. Apparently he did. Not for the first time. Like, keep in mind, she got pregnant pretty early on and was then drinking like a fish and drugged multiple times before finding out. I have something for you, baby girl. There we go. There's another one. And did I forget to burn something on the last page? I think I did. Yep. See, this is why I now underline the burn thing, so that when I forget, I can find it. Okay. Third occurrence of mine. That makes our 11th hole in the book. He said, placing a small black box on the table. I hope this one will be luckier. I sent him a quizzical look, but took the little box and opened it. Immediately, I slumped back to my seat, shocked. Olga took a look above my shoulder and whistled in appreciation. Excuse me. Excuse me. A Bentley. Pretty cool. Have any more of those little boxes? His eyes darted from the car key. My eyes darted from the car key to Massimo. At first, I didn't want you to have a car of your own, but I can't let you go paranoid. Besides, I've learned everything there is to learn about this whole situation, and I don't think you're in any more danger. Really? How did you manage that? Excuse me, what do you mean? I saw my inside man at the police station in the morning and took a look at the CCTV recordings from the highway. There was only one person in the car that hit you. We couldn't identify them from the recording, but we also got ourselves a copy of the recording from the spa. Same story there. The driver wore a baseball cap and a hoodie. Nevertheless, I was able to exclude some people from the circle of suspects. The driver acted very chaotic, you see, and the person who wanted to ram you had no idea how to do it properly. If it had been a professional, you would have been dead by now. So either it's a coincidence or the situation is unrelated to the family business. It's going to be her ex-boyfriend. It's going to be the idiot ex-boyfriend trying to show her, you're not safe with him. You have to come back to me. Or it's his crazy ass ex-girlfriend just by herself. Ugh. Ah, I'm sure it did. I'm very sure it did for a lot of people. Yeah, the book is dumb as fuck. It's supposed to be. Sure, we're the luckiest girls in the world, Olga snickered, rolling her eyes. It doesn't make me any happier, she continued. One day I'll have to leave her here with you. I hope nothing happens to her while I'm away. Otherwise, even your horde of goons won't protect you from me. Massimo couldn't hide his amusement at that. Dominic, on the other hand, looked utterly dumbfounded, staring at my personal protector. That temperament must be a Polish thing, Massimo, he said. I gave Olga a smooch on the cheek and stroked her hair, laughing. The table was piled with all kinds of delicacies. The four of us got to eating. Uncharacteristically, I had a great appetite and wasn't feeling nauseous today. All right, boys, I said, putting my fork down. How about you two tell us something about your brotherly relationship? Did you have fun pretending to be boss and underling? The brothers exchanged glances, unsure of who should begin. It wasn't exactly pretending, Dominic said finally. As the head of the family, Massimo is actually the boss. Though, of course, first and foremost, he's my brother. Family comes first, you know. But he's the Don, so I owe him a kind of respect that goes beyond what you feel towards relatives. He propped his elbows on the tabletop and leaned forward. Besides, we only found out we were brothers a couple years ago when our father died. There you go. It's nothing like deathbed confessions. When I was shot, I needed blood, the man in black cut in. And when our blood tests came in, it turned out we were genetically related. Then after I recuperated, we decided to get to the bottom of this and found out we were half brothers. Dominic's mother is my mom's sister, and we have the same father. So the father banged his wife and his wife's sister. That's great. Wait a minute, Olga chimed in. Doesn't that mean your old man banged both sisters? There we go. Yep, yes it does. Yes it does. The men frowned, adopting similar expressions. If you put it as colloquially as you did, Massimo said flatly, then yes, that's what happened. Well, yeah. An awkward silence fell over us all. Anything else you'd like to know, Lara? The man in black asked, keeping his eyes on Olga. Since we're among family, I said, let's pick a name for the baby to diffuse the tension a bit. Are you kidding me? This is way too early. Heinrich, Olga called out. A beautiful name. A king's name. Yeah, this is going to be a fight. And the friend is getting really annoying now. I liked her in the other book. In this one so far, she's annoying. Dominic frowned as he and Massimo tried pronouncing the Polish name. Nah, I don't like it. I shook my head, and I'm still convinced it's going to be a girl. 3 seconds later, an argument was already raging, and I started to regret trying to change the subject in the first place. Olga was yelling, Massimo calmly rebutted arguments. He didn't need me, it seemed. Observing the exchange, I realized that until Olga accepted I was happy and safe, her war with the man in black wouldn't end. She'd just keep whipping him up and gauging his reactions. I got up and planted another kiss on her head. I love you. Olga trailed off at that, growing silent again. I crossed the patio and kissed Massimo. Long and passionate. We love you, I said. Now I'm up to the clinic. Don't want to be late. I snatched the black box from the table and left. Massimo excused himself and stood up, launching himself after me and catching up in no time. He wrapped his arms around my shoulders. Do you even know where I parked the car, baby? Or were you planning to go on a treasure hunt? I jabbed an elbow into his gut with a laugh, and he led me to a part of the garden I'd never visited before. It sat behind the house. It was covered in deep shade and had no view of the sea, so I'd never even thought of going there. When we reached the place, I saw a large, single-floor building set into the mountainside. The gate lifted, and I realized the garage, or rather the hangar, was indeed carved into the mountain. There were dozens of cars inside. I froze, shocked. Who needs that many cars? Because of course, he has to have all the cars. I've driven all of them at least once, yes. They were a hobby of my father's. He collected them. My eyes focused on the line of motorcycles by the wall, and I edged closer. Oh, I love this one, I said, running my hand along the curves of the Suzuki Hayabusa. Something. 4 liters, 6 gears, and a crazy torque. I squealed with delight. Hayabusa means peregrine falcon in Japanese. It's the fastest animal in the world. It's wonderful. Massimo kept a step behind, listening to me with a look of surprise. Forget it, he barked as I finished, pulling me towards the exit. You'll never, and I mean ever, ride a bike. I'm being serious. So we know this is going to happen at some point. She's going to get mad at him and steal one of the bikes for a joyride. I snatched my hand away and sent him a furious glare. Who are you to tell me what to do? He's the guy who kidnapped you. And you never have a problem with him telling you what to do. And even when you pretend to, you still wind up doing what he told you to fucking do. Ugh. The man in black turned to face me and clasped his hands around my cheeks. You're pregnant with my child. Born, you'll be my baby's mother. He stressed the word my, keeping his eyes fixed on mine. Yeah, girl, what did you think? What the hell did you think? Did you think being knocked up was going to be liberating in some way? That when she gave him the baby, that it would he would what? Give you some lead on the leash? What? Not how that works. I will not risk losing you or the two of you, so forgive me, but I will tell you what to do. How is that any fucking different? That is no different than everything that has been happening this entire fucking time. His finger pointed to the bikes. I will get rid of those. This isn't about your skills or your care or the lack of it. You just can't be entirely safe on the road. Things happen. And yet you just gave her a car. I had to agree with that. I didn't like it, but he was right. See, here we go. I wasn't responsible only for myself anymore. I am not saying that she should not be careful and more respectful, and riding a motorcycle while pregnant, probably not a great idea for a variety of reasons. But just immediately she goes from don't tell me what to do to, oh yeah, you're right, I'll totally do what you said because you're right. Of course, Don Massimo, you're right always. uh Interesting message. Wait, I just saw a message and now I can't find it. Itchy. Puppy must be on the couch. Looking into his cold, angry eyes, I put my hands on my belly and gently stroked it. The gesture seemed to calm him down. He put his palms over mine and leaned his brow against my own. I didn't have to say anything. I understood, and he knew what I felt and what I thought. Please don't be stubborn, Laura, at least not without a good cause, and let me take care of both of you. Now come with me. There was a black Bentley Continental parked by one of the gates. The muscular coupe had nothing in common with the bulky Porsche that I had driven last time. He told me I wouldn't get a sports car. I changed my mind. Besides, I'm going to strap it with a speed limiter. You might have to do that before giving her the keys. You're joking, right? Massimo grinned at that. Of course I am. The Bentley doesn't offer anything like that. You can put some kind of thing on any kind of car. I promise you somebody makes it. He raised his brows and mused. But it's very safe and very fast. I've chosen it for you after some consultations. It's simpler than the Porsche and much more elegant. And it has a lot of interior space so your belly will fit without any issue. Hey, point for thinking ahead that she's going to have to fit the belly. Do you like it? I like the Hayabusa, I grumbled, pouting. Well, girl, you can't take a motorcycle. Not right now. Okay, I thought I knew who it was, but somebody messaged me about a link not working or something being taken down, or I don't know. Whoever did, is that on a different server? Sorry, it just bugs me when I don't know who's messaged me. It popped up on my notifications and then it went away. And now I can't find it. Maybe they took it down. I don't know. I wish on Discord there was a way you could like look back at your like past notifications, but as far as I know, there isn't. Massimo shot me a warning glare and opened the driver's door. Surprised that he was allowing me to drive, I got inside. The cockpit was a beautiful honey and almond color. It was elegant, simple, and refined. Also, why can't European books spell color correctly? You know, because it was translated in America. That's why. The seats and parts of the door were covered in quilted leather. Ew, and the rest was wood. Okay, this sounds like the ugliest car. With a start, I discovered that it wasn't really a typical coupe inside. It was a large four-seat car. Still looking around, dazzled by the luxury of the interior, I heard Massimo getting comfy in the passenger seat. You like it? He asked. Well, I guess I can live with it, I replied sarcastically. On the way to the clinic, Massimo gave me a crash course in using the various functions of the car, and after 20 minutes or so, I became a Bentley driving expert. You made me want to do that in a parking lot, not on actual roads. Massimo was calm and disciplined at the doctor's office. It sounds like she's talking about a dog. He listened to the gynecologist and asked questions, all of them rational and insightful. Oh, God. The one time I want a scene to be longer because I want to know what he asked and if it was all just about various positions that were and were not allowed. During the examination, he left the room, explaining he wanted me to feel as comfortable as possible. Just as I thought, yesterday's accident hadn't impacted my health in any way, nor had it hurt the child inside me. Somebody barely rear-ended her. What did they think? Ugh. The cardiologist confirmed that I was okay and that my heart was as good as it got, considering the circumstances. He prescribed me some drugs I was supposed to take whenever I felt under the weather. Wow, is that Cerebellum? Are you still here? Because, wow, is that just the vaguest, most bullshit? I don't want to research. He prescribed me some drugs I was supposed to take whenever I felt under the weather. Oh my God! It's so bad. It's all so bad. Yeah, but this is the problem, Deacon. This is the problem. I am sus that it's or placebo. Yeah, it's either sus as fuck or it's not real. But again, we don't know what is actually wrong with her. We don't know what her heart condition actually fucking is. But I'm pretty sure there are no just generic, here's some drugs to take when you feel under the weather. Please define drugs and under the weather. And also tell us what her goddamn heart condition is already. Like, come on. Yeah, this book is dumb. I mean, I've researched over 80 different things, some in extreme detail, and like taking days of effort and a lot of new learning for a fanfic that I am trying desperately to finish and convert into a novel. You'd be rich if that was possible. What did I say? I don't even know what I said. Two hours later, we were on our way back home. This time I asked the man in black to drive. Those clinic visits were a bit taxing on my nerves, and I didn't want to take any unnecessary risks. Luca, Massimo said suddenly, keeping his eyes on the road. I'd like our son to have my grandfather's name. He was a great and wise Sicilian. You would have liked him. Yes, if you developed a drug that would cure anything anytime you felt under the weather. Yeah. Oh yeah, if you come up with that, yeah. You'd be putting Elon Musk and Bill Gates to shame. A charming and intelligent man, truly ahead of his time. It was his idea to send me to university instead of allowing me to play around with guns. Well, gee. I mulled the name over for a while, finally deciding I liked it. The only thing that counted for me was for the baby to be healthy and have a chance at a normal childhood. It's going to be a girl. You'll see. Massimo's lips spread in a shy smile and his hand landed on my knee. So we're going to name her Eleanor Clare, like our mother's. Do I have any say in this at all? I asked. Nope. I'll get the birth certificate sorted out while you're recovering. Way to be an asshole. Just straight up tell her she has no say in naming their child. And I don't recall her mother's name being either Eleanor or Claire. I shot him with a stormy glare and punched him on the shoulder. What? He laughed. It's tradition. The head of the family decides about everything, and I've made up my mind. Oh yeah? How about I tell you some Polish traditions? First of all, we castrate the husband after the first son is born so he doesn't cheat on the wife. Hey! She finally said something I approve of. That would mean I'd keep my privates for some time yet, since you're saying our first child's going to be a girl. You're unbearable, I said, shaking my head. We drove down the highway at a leisurely pace. I delighted in the beautiful view of Mount Etna, crowned with a tall plume of smoke. Okay, that's not a good sign. Suddenly, Massimo's cell chimed, trying to connect to the car speaker. The man in black shot me a look and said, I need to take this. It's Mario. The consigliere had a habit of interrupting our intimate moments, but I knew how important it was for the family business, so I had nothing against it since when. I waved a hand dismissively, listening to Massimo talk in Italian. Listening to Massimo talk in Italian was a pleasure. He sounded very sexy, and it always turned me on. Oh, another female character is just perpetually horny. A couple of minutes into the conversation, I was beginning to feel bored. That's when an idea came to my head. This is going to be a bad. Oh God! Oh God! She's no, 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 no. My stomach is clenching. It hurts, and I don't like it. Go away! And I don't want to set the whole book on fire right now. Ugh! Screamy pillow. That's what I forgot. I forgot the screamy pillow. I placed a hand on Massimo's thigh and moved it slowly towards his crotch. Here we go. Here we go. My fingers stroked him delicately through the fabric of his pants. The man in black didn't react in any way to my attention, so I decided to go a step further. I unzipped his pants and discovered he wasn't wearing any underwear. Oh, God. I purred and licked my lips, pulling his manhood out through the opening. Please tell me she's not going to lean over and blow him while they're driving. Etna's extremely active and doesn't pull a Krakatoa and blow its top explosively. Yeah, I believe it is one of, if not the most active volcanoes currently, and it smokes a lot, but it doesn't really go off. So, like, maybe it's not that disturbing, especially if you live there and you're, like, used to it. Massimo shot a glance down and then at me, but didn't stop talking. The mock indifference was a challenge. Here we go. I unbuckled the seatbelt and slid the clasp into the socket behind me until it clicked into place. I didn't want the car's alarm beeping to distract my man from his conversation. So now she's taking off her seatbelt while they're driving. So cue them getting in a crash. Massimo changed lanes and slowed down. He grabbed the steering wheel with his left hand while his right hand wrapped around the passenger seat. He was making space for me. Okay, let's just, before I read the next line, which is exactly what you think it is, can we just break this down? Guy who is obsessed with her safety and the safety of the child is driving on the highway while talking on the phone in a new car he's not that familiar with. She has taken off her seatbelt and is about to lean over and blow him, and he's perfectly fine with this. I bent down and took his cock in my mouth, sucking. The man in black inhaled sharply. I lifted my head and whispered in his ear, "I'll be quiet, but you don't have to. Please don't interrupt on my account." I planted a kiss on his cheek and went back to playing with his dick. There's a phrase, went back to playing with his dick. Uh-huh. Each moment it was growing harder in my mouth. I noticed my attentions were making it difficult for him to keep a neutral tone of voice. I picked up the pace, my hand joining in the fun. A moment later, I felt Massimo's hand landing on top of my head and pressing down. There we go. Pushing my mouth over his cock, I wanted him to come. It was one of the best blowjobs I'd ever given, period. Okay. Massimo's hips trembled and I heard his breathing quicken. I didn't care if we were seen. I was turned on and I wanted to satisfy him. Nothing else counted. An instant later, Massimo said ciao and hung up. The car drove off the road abruptly and stopped, tires screeching. The man in black unbuckled his seatbelt and grabbed me by the hair with full force. He pushed his prick into my throat, groaning loudly, his hips pumping. "You're acting like a whore," he hissed. "But you're my whore." Apparently this makes it okay. It aroused me when he was so vulgar. I loved his dark side since when, in bed, it was an undeniable asset. Okay. I moaned, clamping my lips over his penis and allowing him to treat my mouth like a plaything. We're just owning it now. Yep, just that exactly. Yeah, it's just, and it's not. I don't even has words. Oh. As he felt the pressure of my lips, his moans became even louder. A moment later, a wave of semen flooded my throat. I swallowed each and every drop of the spurting cum, and I'm gonna. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. When he was done, I licked him clean before putting it back into his pants and zipping them up. I leaned back in the passenger seat and wiped my mouth with a sleeve. "Are we going or what?" I asked, keeping my expression neutral. For a while, Massa sat silently with his eyes closed, head leaned back. Then he turned to me, fixing me with a lustful gaze. "Was that a punishment or a reward?" he asked. Why do you have, why does it have to be either? Why? Only a whim. I was bored and decided to give you a blowjob. Because we just needed that outright just stated. Yep, oh wait, I forgot to highlight a line that I'm gonna want for later. It aroused. Wait. He smiled, lifting his eyebrows and shaking his head in disbelief, and stepped on the accelerator. "You're the perfect woman," he said, speeding down the highway. "Sometimes you make me furious, but I couldn't imagine being with anyone else." "Good for you, then. We're in for at least half a century together." End of chapter. All right. I was hoping we would at least make it to chapter 2, and we are, and we still got an hour, so we're good. We're not going to make it all the way through chapter 2 because chapter 2 is really big. Yeah, chapter 2 is 18 pages, so we're not making it through, but we'll get started. But first, stretch break, because I really need one. At least since I'm not setting... Notice how since I'm not playing with fire every 5 seconds, I'm not melting anymore? Ugh. I mean, took off most of my makeup, but at least I'm not melting anymore. Oh. Alright, since we are going into the final stretch, I will do our last mandatory shout-out so I can feel good that I did it 3 times, because for some reason that's a rule on YouTube, and I thought, what the hell, let's try it. If you would like to help a girl out and sponsor a duck, we have all of these brand new drawn at random ducks in this bag o' ducks. For $10, I will randomly draw a duck that you get to name, and it gets to join our pantheon of other ducks over here. We got lots of good ducks over here, so it's in good company. This week I will have a new stage. Not exactly sure how yet, or where I'm going to put it, because everything's crowded. But we'll figure it out. We'll make it happen. I may look up some designs. We'll see. But we will make it happen. But for $10, you too can add your very own duck and name it whatever you would like. Or if you don't have a name, I will come up with one. For $15, you can sponsor a painted duck. Please specify which painted duck so I know which one is yours. For $25, I will put on these handcuffs for the rest of the evening. We haven't had these on in so long. So long. Like, they're feeling neglected. I can tell. They whisper to me at night. They say these things. Or for $50, I will top up this glass and chug it. All right, here we go. Chapter 2. When we reached the mansion, Dominic's car parked right next to us. Olga stepped out, beaming and visibly excited about something. Massimo opened the door for me, and the 4 of us met on the driveway. You got something on your pants, Olga said, pointing to Massimo's crotch. Who does this? Who does this? Like, oh my God, girl. I glanced at the spot. There was a small stain there. We had ice cream, I explained with a silly grin. Olga chuckled, passing me on the way to the house. Or at least you did, she said. I lifted my brows, nodding, and followed her. Okay, ladies of the chat, this one's for you. Have you ever had a friend who thinks that you blew somebody and outright asked you about it in front of the somebody and you confirmed it? Any one of those? Never been in that situation. Yeah, me either. Funny how that works. I lifted my brows, nodding, and followed her. After a while, we reached the bedroom and collapsed on the gigantic bed. I could really use a good fuck right now, said Olga, disarmingly honest. And watching Dominic doesn't help. He's so charming and she broke off looking for the right word. Italian. I think he's into pussy licking and that slim butt of his. I like butts like that. Okay, so the friend is perpetually horny as well. We were led to believe that Dominic was gay, and then they pulled a not so fast on us, and he has a designer friend, a female designer friend, that apparently they're fuck buddies. But, like, not boyfriend, girlfriend. For a short while, I thought about her words, finally concluding that I'd never seen Dominic like that. I don't know. He doesn't really look like someone who'd like it. But if being brothers makes them comparable in bed, you won't regret it. Oh, I think the girl, she was alluding to, like, she'd like to do things to his butt, but, like, he might not be into that because some guys aren't. I nodded confidently while Olga fitted it about, unable to find a comfy position. You're not helping, she cried out, jumping to her feet and bouncing on the mattress with girly glee. Who above the age of, like, 7 does that? It's not fun to watch you so satisfied. I need some of that too. I need attention. Okay, seriously, just I'm sure Massimo knows some male hookers. Like, get the friend a hooker. A vibrator is a girl's best friend, you know. Holga settled down on the bed again. You think I brought one with me? Fucking hell. I thought they were going to chop your head off here. A rubber cock wasn't on my list of things that'd help me fight for your life. Tough luck then. No dildo and no murder, I said. Uh, I'm sure there's a sex shop somewhere nearby. She could go shopping. Uh... Olga went silent, desperately trying to think about a solution to her problem. Suddenly her face uh, Suddenly her face brightened up into a big smile. Curious as to her newest dirty idea, I lifted my head from the pillow and rested it against the headboard. Guess what? I'm listening. Theoretically, it's your bachelor party today. Oh, she's going to try and drag her to a strip club. This is going to go badly. So, she paused. Maybe we should go out. You know, have some fun, dance a bit. How about that? Yeah, right. And tomorrow I'll be sober, exhausted, puffed up pregnant bride. Thanks, but no thanks. Resigned, Olga slumped down next to me. And here I was thinking I'd score. Yeah, like, girl, just go out on your own. Just. No. The door swung open suddenly. It was the man in black. You changed your pants, Olga noticed with a smirk. Bad memories, right? A spoiled ice cream is no laughing matter. Okay, I'm over the friend now. I jabbed her in the gut and got up, making my way to Massimo while Olga stayed in bed, staring at him defiantly. She was only waiting for an opportunity to argue with him again. Massimo knew it wouldn't get them anywhere, so he ignored her. I kissed him on the cheek, silently thanking him for his wisdom and composure. These are traits he doesn't have. Keeping his eyes on Olga, the man in black said, I like you. You have a weird sense of humor. He trailed off and his eyes met mine. Now pack your things. We're setting off in an hour. See you at the quay. Okay, there we go. He's just always, this is what, the fifth time, sixth time? He just comes in and is like, just pack. We're leaving. We're going somewhere. Something like, little warning. He kissed me on the forehead and disappeared into the corridor. We're taking a boat? Olga asked. Don't look at me. I'm as surprised as you are. What boat are we talking about? Like a rowing boat? What do I wear? A wetsuit? I picked up the phone and dialed Dominic, but he told me nothing besides confirming that we wouldn't be having dinner at home. He danced around the issue for a while before finally telling me we were about to have a meeting. He hung up. Rude, I thought, and went back to Olga. We decided that since we knew nothing of our plans for the night, and since it was supposed to be my bachelorette party, we'd dress up. 20 minutes later in the dressing room, we picked our best outfits. I knew that Massimo liked it when I looked classy, so I opted for Chanel. The gray dress had more in common with a messy bundle of material than an actual piece of attire, but it looked delicate and sensuous on me. It covered what needed to be covered while showing off my assets. I knew we'd be taking the boat, but it didn't dissuade me from grabbing black lacquered pointed toe stilettos. I threw in a wide black Hermes bracelet and concluded that I looked astonishing. A beautiful future mother, still thin and good looking. Oh, she's gonna have a meltdown when she finds maternity clothes. Ugh. Why do I have a feeling the friend is gonna like end up staying with her to like keep her company while she's like, you know, pregnant the whole time? She's gonna be like her pregnant companion buddy, somebody to hang out with. Olga went with her standard high-end escort look, choosing a colorful Dolce & Gabbana tunic that barely covered her ass. You really should wear shorts with that, but whatever, I thought. We wore the same size shoes, so rummaging through my wardrobe was a blast for my friend. 10 minutes in, she finally found a pair of ridiculously high heels and a matching purse. Holy shit, she cried, glancing at her watch. Only 15 minutes left. There was a moment of panic, but then she settled down, coming to a calming conclusion. Why should I listen to him, though? No man tells me how to live my life. We'll come down when we're ready. Yeah, I don't think that's going to go over well. I burst out in laughter and pulled her with me to the bathroom. The makeup and hairdressing took us a bit more time than we'd been given, but we managed to get ourselves in order in the end. Red lip balm and eyes richly accented in black perfectly rounded up my dutifully elegant wife look. I left the bathroom and stared, seeing Dominic waiting by the bed. He was dressed up too, even more dapper and glam than usual, in a black suit and a dark shirt. He did resemble his older brother. His dark, swept-back hair emphasized the boyishness of his face and the fullness of his lips. I felt Olga stopping right beside me. She leaned to my ear and whispered in Polish, "Can you fucking see him? I swear I'm gonna kneel right in front of him." Okay, can everybody just stop? Like, please? The young Italian observed us with amusement, and when we did nothing to break the silence, he grinned and said, "I just wanted to check up on you two. Will we be leaving before the wedding day?" I grabbed Olga by the hand. She was barely standing now, shaking nervously. What? And pretending indifference. I headed to the stairs. We took our shoes off in the garden, making our way to the quay. Seeing the Titan's silhouette in the distance made me recall my first night with Massimo. A wave of heat washed over me, and I stopped. Olga walked straight into me, failing to notice my change of pace. "What's up?" she asked, eyes wide and anxious. "There it is," I replied, pointing to the yacht. "That's where it all started." I felt all kinds of emotions. My heart was beating like crazy. And the only thing I could think of was to find the man in black right away. Oh, God. Is there going to be another sex scene? There's going to be another sex scene. Ladies first, Dominic said, gesturing to the motorboat and offering me a hand. We sat in the comfortable white leather seats, and a while later the boat was zooming through the water, heading to the monumental yacht. Dominic and Olga kept stealing glances at each other, both feigning disinterest while I thought about that night. Okay, so she's going to hook up with Dominic, of course. And a moment later, I felt another wave of heat. I wanted him. I couldn't see him or smell him or touch him, but I was getting horny all the same. The memory of him alone was making me crazy. I felt like I was going to explode. Okay. Quit it, Laura, Olga chided. I can see what you're doing with that finger. I don't even have to ask what you're thinking. What was she doing? She wasn't doing anything with her finger. I smiled, shrugging, and wheeled my hands down to the white leather seat. The motorboat slowly moored to the enormous yacht. I couldn't help thinking that going with the high heels had been a stupid idea. If not for those shoes, I could have jumped on deck and run to Massimo. Dominic stepped out first and helped us off the boat. I raised my eyes and saw Massimo standing at the top of the stairs. He looked breathtaking in his gray single-breasted suit and a white shirt with the top unbuttoned. I wanted him so much that even if he had been there in a clown's outfit, I would have been left breathless. I decided to play my role, though, and edged closer to him slowly, in a steady, practiced gait. My eyes never left him. As I closed the distance between us, he offered me a hand and silently led me to a table. Olga and Dominic joined us shortly. The waiter served us wine, and a few minutes later, we were all deep in conversation. Still, all I could think of was sex. I tried reining in my stubborn brain, but to no avail. What's happening to me, I thought, trying to get to the bottom of my strange mood. After 15 more minutes, I started growing impatient and irritable. I stared at whoever was speaking, making a face that in my mind suggested I was listening intently, but I probably wasn't going to fool anyone for long. My head swarmed with ideas on how to make the man in black leave the table with me. I could pretend to feel nauseous, but then he'd just panic and there wouldn't be any sex involved. I also thought about just leaving, pretended to be offended by something, but then Olga would have gone after me first. So that plan was also out of the question. That left only one option. Can we talk, Massimo? Oh, the thing you never, ever, 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 ever do? I asked suddenly, pushing myself up and heading to the stairs to the lower deck. The man in black suddenly rose from the seat and followed me. I took a wrong turn, of course, and quickly got lost in the maze of corridors. I think I know what you're looking for, Massimo said with a smirk. He passed by me and opened a door, letting me through and closing the latch behind me. I took a deep breath, recalling a similar scene from a couple of weeks ago. What do you want, Laura? Because I'm pretty sure it's not a conversation. I went to the living room and leaned over the table, pulling my short dress up and sending Massimo a lust-filled gaze. He walked up to me slowly, watching my movements. I want you to fuck me. Now. Quick and hard. I need to feel you inside me. At least she's being direct. I mean, I applaud a woman who knows what she wants. The man in black approached me, suddenly gripping the back of my neck and pressing me into the tabletop. He slid his hand down my neck and squeezed. Open your mouth, he commanded, and then slipped 2 fingers past my lips. Oh, I'm really gonna... I do not feel well. When they were wet, he pulled them out and pushed them beneath the lace of my panties, rubbing over my pussy. Oh God, this feels good. I needed his touch. I'd wanted it since first seeing the Titan earlier. I arched my back down, raising my ass and waiting for him to enter. Give me your hand, he said, his fingers gently moving inside me. I did as he asked, and I heard him unzipping his pants. A while later, my fingers wrapped around his cock. It was growing by the second, demanding more of my touch. The man in black was just waiting for it to be ready. Having this image of microwave pizza. It's just the way she said it. Oh. That's enough, he barked, pulling my panties to the side. I could feel his prick sliding into me, and my body tensed. He grabbed me by the hips and started fucking, his hips pumping in a frenzied rush. He drilled me like a machine, breathing loudly and whispering in Italian. 2, maybe 3 minutes. I came, and then 2 more times. She really. What is it with the women in these books being like orgasmatrons? Like, ugh. When he decided I'd had enough and my body slumped to the table, he slid out. Neil, he breathed, grabbing his dick with one hand. Oh, God, more blowjobs. What is with. No! Slowly sliding off the table, I fell to my knees and he pushed his cock in my mouth and started pumping again. Oh my God! This is too much. Rushing at my throat, he climaxed in a furious wave without a sound and then propped his hands on the edge of the table, spent. Satisfied, he asked as I wiped my mouth, sitting on the floor. Even trying to hide my glee, I nodded vigorously and closed my eyes. Would this last forever? Would he still have this magical effect on me years from now? Would I always want him like I wanted him now? Massimo composed himself and zipped up his pants, reclining in an armchair a few feet away. I turned to him and smiled. Do you know this is the place you got me pregnant? I asked. For a while he kept silent, his eyes pinning me in place. I think so. At least this is where I wanted it to happen. I rolled over, looking at the ceiling. Of course it was. Everything was always as he wanted it to be. It shouldn't be surprising that this had been no exception. Is she ever going to get mad at him? That's all pregnancy hormones for her. I got up and smoothed down my dress. The man in black stayed in his place, watching me. Shall we go? I asked, and he got up and went to the door without another word. The sun was setting. Olga and Dominic were having a great time without us. Hot damn, I heard Olga's exclamation. Lara, look, dolphins. The yacht was slowly making its way across the sea, flanked by pods of those majestic mammals. I took my shoes off and edged closer to the railing. At least a dozen dolphins frolicked in the water, leaping above the surface. Massimo wrapped his arms around me, kissing me on the back of the neck. I felt like a little girl watching a magic show. You know, I know you probably counted on a striptease and a night of heavy drinking with your girlfriends, but I hope this might make it up to you, at least in part. I spun around and shot him a puzzled look. What's there to make up? I'm on a cruise on a 300-foot yacht with valets, delicious food, and you. This is perfect. I kept staring at Massimo in disbelief, and when I saw my words failed to move him, I planted a long kiss on his lips. Besides, nobody else could make me feel like you did 10 minutes ago. Booze, friends, and strippers can't compare with that. Well, he looked at me amusedly, as if waiting for me to continue heaping the praise. I decided it was enough, though, seeing his ego was already as bloated as it got. I turned to look at the water and watched the dolphins race the Titan. My attention was quickly diverted by something else, though. Is she going to fall in again? Olga and Dominic were clearly growing fond of each other by now. With growing concern, I turned back to Massimo. What's the deal with Emmy and Dominic, darling? Oh, there we go. We got another one. Again, doesn't matter who said it. Where's my pen? Where is my pen? They're a couple, aren't they? I asked. The man in black leaned back against the railing, allowing a wide smile to cross his face. A couple. He ran his hand through his hair. Not the word I'd use. They aren't exactly in a relationship unless you really want to call it that. But I get but I get it. You conservative Poles might want to put an old-fashioned label on such things. Since when is she, or her friend for that matter, seemed conservative in any way at all? They do mean at all. I frowned quietly, trying to get his words straight, at a loss as to what he really meant. Finally, I chose the direct approach. What are they to each other? You really don't get it. It's pretty obvious if you ask me. They're fuck buddies. Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said they were. The only thing that keeps them together is sex. He chuckled and wrapped his arms around me. Did you think it was love? I struggled to come to grips with his words, feeling dread rising inside me. If they'd been a genuine couple, Olga would be safe. It wasn't the case, though. I observed my friend doing her mating dance, wrapping Dominic around her finger. Olga was a natural. The Italian reacted just like she needed him to. She wanted him, and when she had her eyes on something, she got it. She and Don Torricelli were very much alike. My thoughts trailed back to our last conversation before setting off on the Titan. I had an inkling as to how the evening was going to end for those two. Yeah. Didn't need to wait this long to be told that they're gonna fuck. Massimo, I said, is there a chance that they're not going to end up in bed together? If my brother has his sights on her, I can't see it going any other way. Okay, so maybe his brother's a lot like him. He replied, but they're both consenting adults and can decide for themselves. Not our business, if you ask me. It's got a point there. But for now, let's play with fire for a moment. Alright, for the 11th time, or is it the 12th? It might be 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. It is 12. It is 12. So we not only broke the record, we've now exceeded it by 2. There we go. Much better. Not our business. Excuse me. Sorry, that was completely stuck in my throat. I couldn't talk. Not our business. You don't know what it's like when Olga wants something. Olga's voice broke me out of my reverie. Let's go for a swim. Are you out of your mind? I barked in Polish. What are you even doing? You want me to get stuck in the same shit I'm in? You want to get stuck in the same shit I'm in. So you think her friend's gonna get knocked up by the brother? Why do I bet that happens? That stopped her in her tracks. She looked puzzled. I can see what you're doing. Wanting to fuck him is one thing, but treating it as a challenge, that's another story. Olga kept quiet for an instant before bursting out in laughter and squeezing me in a tight hug. Laurie, dear, I'm going to fuck him whether you like it or not. Now stop worrying about everything. I shook my head and sent her a probing look. She knew what she was doing. All her actions were practiced. Well, I thought, I let her do stupid shit all the time. This wasn't her first rodeo, but she was going to regret it all the same. Olga wasn't one to suffer from a broken heart. However, she often cried when she lost something she hadn't had the time to fully appreciate. Dessert? Dominic derailed my train of thought, motioning us to the table. Pretty lame party, Olga muttered, heading his way. That's what you get for partying with parents, I retorted and stuck out my tongue. We all sat down and I started devouring a freshly served fluffy raspberry dessert. 3 portions in, I felt full and wholly satisfied. Okay, so she went to town on the dessert. Dominic fished out a small plastic bag from the pocket in his trousers and tossed it to the middle of the table. I'm not offering any to you, Laura, of course, but it is stag night, so he trailed off. Okay, so this is going to be a problem because she doesn't like it when he does coke, but we know that he does coke, so let's see who partakes. I glanced at the bag filled with white powder and then at Massimo. It wasn't hard to figure out what it was, and I still remembered what happened the last time the man in black had taken cocaine. That you know of. Snatching it away wouldn't change anything, though. He would have his way in the end. Dominic pushed himself up and left, only to reappear moments later with a small mirror. He spilled the contents of the bag over it and occupied himself dividing the powder into lines. I leaned to Massimo's ear. Remember that if you take even a little, I won't allow you to have sex with me, and I'm not saying that to shake you down. The drugs would make their way inside me with your cum, and you wouldn't like that for your child, would you? Oh, way to like twist the knife, girly. I almost approve. That was some pro shit. That is good. Having said that, I straightened up again and took another sip of my alcohol-free wine. Yeah, let's make sure we remember that she's not actually drinking. God. You know, except for all the drinking that was done before she knew. The man in black took a moment to consider his reaction, and when Dominic offered him the mirror, he just waved it away. The younger man couldn't hide his surprise. They exchanged a few words in Italian, and I watched Massimo's impassive face. As soon as they finished speaking, they both burst out in laughter. I had no idea what they found so funny, but what counted was that Massimo refused the coke. Olga wasn't as assertive and leaned over the table crying out, "Fire in the hole." Then she snorted 2 full lines in quick succession before snapping her head back and rubbing her nose with appreciation. Okay, so the friend is a real party girl. I suddenly lost all interest in partying. I didn't even want to watch the events unfold. I'm exhausted, I said, sending Massimo a glance. Are we staying the night here or should we go back home? He stroked my cheek and kissed me on the forehead. Come, I'll put you to bed. Olga grimaced and waved at the waiter, signaling she needed a refill of champagne. You're so boring, bitch, she muttered at me, pouting. I turned my head to look at her and gave her the finger. I'm pregnant, I muttered in response. Massimo led me to our cabin and locked the door. I wasn't in the mood for sex, but the sight of the room and the sound of the lock made a shiver run up my spine. The man in black threw his blazer over a hanger and unzipped my dress. He allowed it to slide slowly down and got on his knees. He delicately pulled off my shoes and then grabbed a soft, dark bathrobe from the bathroom and wrapped me in it. I knew we weren't going to have sex. This was his way of showing me his love and respect. Oh, helping you undress and putting a robe on you. That is, technically, that's the most romantic thing he's done so far. It really is. We both took a shower, and 30 minutes later we were snuggling in bed. Aren't you getting bored with me? I asked him, my hand moving in circles over his chest. Before I showed up, your life must have been so much more interesting. Massimo said nothing. I raised my head to look at him. It was completely dark, but I knew he was smiling. Well, I wouldn't call it boring. Besides, I did what I did freely. Have you forgotten you've been kidnapped? The author certainly has. He planted a kiss on top of my head and ran his fingers through my hair, pulling me closer. If you're asking if I'd like to go back to my life before I met you, the answer is no. Just one woman for the rest of your life? Are you sure? Did they have a conversation that said he plans to be monogamous? Because he hasn't been up to this point. He's fucked other women right in front of her. Would we really believe him if he said that he would? The man in black rolled to the side and hugged me even tighter. Why does she still call him the man in black? Like, why? I was really hoping that would go away. You think I'd prefer fucking two girls at a time only to wake up alone in the morning? Wait, what? You think I'd prefer fucking two girls at a time only to wake up alone in the morning? Making money stopped being a challenge a long time ago, too. The only thing I'm left with is strengthening the family. He sighed. But, you see, I've been starting everything over each day. I didn't have anyone to do things for. I had different girls each night, drugs, booze, parties, and hangovers. That might sound fun, but for how long? And when you start thinking if it's time to stop that, you ask yourself, why? You can't be sure if it's worth it if you don't have anyone to try for. He sighed again. I changed after I was shot. Suddenly I had another goal in my life. Yeah, finding and kidnapping a woman you hallucinated. I don't understand your world, I whispered, kissing his ear. I'd be seriously upset if you did, baby girl. There it is again. Again. 13. Unlucky 13. Man, I'm gonna need a bigger piece of paper how many times he's gonna say baby girl in this book. He replied, whether you want it or not, everything changes. That will too. You'll start learning about it. You'll start learning about what I do and how I do it. You'll never know enough for it to threaten you in any way, though. What? That makes no sense. His fingers stroked my back. Besides, you'll never have anyone to talk to about some things. I'll tell you what I mean, just to be sure. There's such a thing as omretta. It's an informal law of the Sicilian mafia. We aren't allowed to talk about our business and the people working for us. As long as you stick to that simple rule, the family will stay strong. He's giving her lessons in being a mob boss's wife. Who's Dominic in all this? Massimo laughed and rolled over. You seriously want to talk about this the night before our wedding? See anything better to do? I barked, suddenly annoyed. All right, darling. He wrapped his arm around my shoulders. There's another one that's 14. Around my shoulders again. Junior is a capo. How to explain this? He trailed off, thinking about how best to put it in words. He commands a group of people tasked with things, such as rescuing me. For example, they also have some less chivalrous duties, but you don't need to know about that. To summarize, he earns me money and keeps tabs on my clubs and restaurants. I kept still, thinking about how very different the Dominic I knew was from the Dominic I knew was from the one how Massimo was describing him. To me, he was a friend, a confidant, someone who supported me, and picked my clothes. For a while, I had thought he was gay. I couldn't definitely believe he was gay more than I could believe he was a dangerous mobster. So, Dominic's a baddie. Massimo snorted with laughter and couldn't stop shaking with it for a long while. A what? A baddie? He finally managed. Baby, we're in the Sicilian mafia. We're all baddies. He chuckled. Okay, at least he's being honest with her, like, but seriously, how is she this naive about what the fucking Sicilian mob is? Like, I can neither confirm nor deny that I've ever met anyone who is even tangentially involved with them, but I know more than this girl is pretending to not know. That's for damn sure. Ugh. Ugh, stuffy. Ugh, annoying stuffiness. If you're asking if he's dangerous, yes, he is. My brother is a very dangerous and very unpredictable man. He can be ruthless and determined. That's why he's so far up in the hierarchy. I've entrusted my life to him multiple times. Now I've also entrusted him with yours. I know he always does his job with utter conviction and diligence. And here I'd been thinking he's gay. I would have what to do with that. I would actually respect this book more, which is to say, approaching at all, if Dominic was gay. That would at least be a very, 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 very small improvement. Massimo burst out in uncontrolled laughter again. He switched the lights on. You're outdoing yourself today, honey. Oh, is that on the list? No, I did say all forms of affection, so I'm adding honey. I adore you, but if I don't stop laughing, I'll never go to sleep. He fell to the pillow and hid his face in his hands. Jesus Christ, Dominic's gay. He must have gone too far with the pretending. Sure, he loves fashion and he knows more about it than almost anyone, but show me an Italian who doesn't. What a ridiculous idea. What is with the... I'm sorry, but being half Italian, I have to address this. This book takes stereotyping to a ridiculous level. Not just with Italians, with everybody. But since there's a lot of Italians, they're getting it the worst. What is with the goddamn fucking stereotyping? Like, okay, my father is as Italian as it gets. He was actually born in Sicily. Not kidding. True fact. He doesn't know shit about fashion. I mean, granted, I've only met him a handful of times outside some things, but he doesn't know shit about fashion. We went shopping one day because I have a half little sister and I took her shopping and a friend. My dad doesn't know shit about fashion. Nor does he care, by the way, at all, ever, about it. Like, at all. But we have fire to play with. You got two, and then once I read the back of the page, we've got another. We've only got like 10 minutes, so I'm not sure how far we're gonna... Oh, we actually are. You know what? I guess I'm reading faster through this one. We actually are gonna make it to the end of this chapter, so whatever time it is when we get there, it's only like 4 pages. That's when we're gonna call it a night. I am gonna hop into movie room and watch a movie. If anyone's up for staying up late and joining me, I'm thinking of screening Enough. For anyone who hasn't seen it, it's a feel good movie for Valentine's Day because of the ending. It's got its rough moments, but it ends very, very well. Oh yeah, so it's about to play with fire. I remember now. See, it doesn't always go up like a Roman candle, but sometimes it does. Okay, this is really hard to do when I'm just at the beginning of the book and there's not a lot to hold on to on one side. There we go. Oh, it's starting to smell. It's starting to have that wood log smell. It's getting there. You know what? Allow me 2 seconds. I'm going to touch up my lipstick real fast because my lips are so very dry right now, and I smudged half of it off, and it's annoying me. You know, I get a little OCD about my makeup. How are my eyes? Everything's fine. I rubbed most of my makeup off. Anyway, okay, that's a bit of ash on my face. That's okay. There we go. Okay, better. Now I don't want to peel my lips off. I frowned and pouted. Not many guys in Poland take any interest in fashion. At least not many straight guys. I rolled over and climbed on top of Massimo, looking him in the eyes. But he won't do anything to Olga, will he? The man in black swallowed loudly and focused his eyes on me, knitting his brows. Babe, he's dangerous to people who threaten the family. When it comes to women, as you've probably managed to notice already, he treasures you, protects you. Massimo's eyes probe mine, searching for understanding. Worst case scenario, he'll fuck her brains out. Now go to sleep. He kissed my forehead and flicked the lights out. Notice this is like the third time that he just orders her to go to sleep, and she does. Like, dude. I don't know how long I was asleep, but as soon as I woke up, I was filled with concern. I felt around the covers and found Massimo sleeping soundly. It was still dark. I slipped out of bed and pulled on a bathrobe. The man in black didn't move, and I felt excitement and fear in equal measure. It was dawning on me that it was just the anxiousness before the big moment. Simple stage fright. I grabbed the door handle and left the bedroom. There was no chance of getting back to sleep. I needed to get out and calm my nerves. Barefoot, wearing only the bathrobe, I headed towards the stairs. There was a sound coming from the top deck. Oh God, she's gonna walk in on them. Oh God. Moaning. Yep, there we go. There we go. She's gonna walk in on them. Was the party still on? I took a few steps up and froze, quickly hiding behind a corner with my back to the wall. Fuck me, I don't believe it, I whispered to myself, shaking my head. I peeked around the corner to make sure I wasn't seeing things. There was Olga, splayed out on the tabletop, and Dominic fucking her vigorously. There we go. Dude, you're on a huge yacht with probably a dozen bedrooms. You couldn't go into one of the bedrooms to fuck? And why is she looking? Like, what the hell? Like, seriously, if you walked in on your best friend getting some, are you doing a double take, or are you just leaving and pretending you didn't see anything? They were both completely naked, coked out of their minds, and horny. The sight was unbearable, but I kept looking out of sheer shock. Stop looking! The young Italian was tireless. Despite my distaste, I knew Olga would wake up happy as a clam tomorrow, assuming she remembers anything. Suddenly a hand clasped around my mouth. Shh. It was Massimo, looming right behind me. He lowered his hand. Like what you see, Laura. Please tell me he's not going to fuck her against the wall while watching his brother and her best friend fuck? Please tell me that's not about to happen? I refuse to read it. I was scared at first, but shame quickly trumped my fear. I hid again behind the counter and stood face to face with the man in black. I stammered, I wanted to look out to the sea. I couldn't sleep, and instead, this. I spread my arms. And you deciding to just stand here and have a good look? Does this turn you on? He's got a point. She should not just be standing there like, come on. My eyes widened. I desperately tried catching a breath, but Massimo rapidly pinned me to the wall and kissed me. No, this is not happening. This is not happening. There's only like a page and a half left. This isn't happening. Wait, there's something on the other page that I have to burn. I'm playing with fire to calm myself down because it's needed right now, because all the fire is needed. And I'm going to really resist the temptation to just hold this steady and let the whole book go up like a Roman fucking candle. We can't do that yet. Yeah, the trick to not setting the page on fire does seem to be putting the fire closer. Pinned me to the wall and kissed me, keeping me quiet. His hand slid under the bathrobe, exploring my skin. The moans were getting louder on the upper deck. I wasn't sure if the whole situation was turning me on or just making me nervous. I pushed Massimo away. Stop it, I hissed, taking the stairs down. He laughed and followed me. A moment later, I was back in bed. I ordered you some hot milk, he said, placing a cup on the nightstand. Okay, I've never... More milk thing, like, what the hell? What's up, babe? How are you feeling? I'm just stressed about the wedding, I replied, taking a sip. Yeah, she's getting married in the morning. Like, do you really even need to ask? Excuse me, why she's awake or why I'm having hiccups? There we go. Really? And how this? I raised a finger pointing to the upper deck. Isn't that enough to make me nervous? The man in black glanced at me and frowned. He wanted to say something, but decided to keep quiet for now. Massimo, I asked hesitantly, what's wrong? He didn't reply, only running his fingers through his hair and edging closer to me. He slipped under the covers and stuck his head between my legs, pulling at my thin lace panties. Tongue touched my clit and started dancing. Yeah, this'll get her to go back to sleep, really. But I was so disoriented that I couldn't focus on his attentions. What was in the milk? Pretty sure not just milk. Stop that, I cried. Tell me what's wrong first. I kicked the covers away and jerked back, crossing my arms and sending Massimo a stormy stare. He didn't interrupt what he was doing. Okay, somehow his head stayed between her legs and he kept licking her while she kicked the covers off. Again, that's a hell of a magic trick. Didn't interrupt what he was doing, but met my eyes. Suddenly, he pulled my panties down and spread my legs wide, grabbing me by the ankles and pulling me towards himself. I gave in. Does she? Oh, that's all she ever does. And makeup like all over my hands. I gave in. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy to resist the pleasure he was giving. I delighted in each movement of his tongue. We're going to have a wedding party, he said quietly, breaking contact for an instant. At first, I didn't even register the words, so it took me a couple seconds to realize their meaning. I tried jumping to my feet, but Massimo held me down by the thighs and pushed me into the mattress, his tongue picking up the pace. When his fingers joined the fun, I surrendered to his caress. After I came, he climbed on top of me and his cock rammed into my pussy. His hands held me tightly by the wrists. 200 people, he whispered as his hips began pumping. Oh my God. Olga was supposed to tell you tomorrow so you didn't occupy your mind with it during the night. And it's going to be more of a business meeting than a party, but it can't be avoided. Really? She can't invite her parents, but you're inviting 200 of your closest mob familia and business associates? Oi. I didn't pay too much heed to his words. His manhood sliding in and out of me wasn't doing anything to help me focus. It's going to be beautiful, Massimo continued. Olga picked most things with Dominic. She told me what you'll like. He finished the sentence and froze, looking at me quizzically. It wasn't a good moment to have a conversation. I clasped my hands on his buttocks and pulled him closer. I'm glad you don't have anything against it, he smiled, delicately biting my lower lip. Now enough talk. Let me fuck you properly. End of chapter, end of evening. Oh my God. Oh my God, it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. Oh wait, did we have one more burn to do? Did I miss? Let me make sure. I want to be accurate here. Nope. Nothing's underlined. All right, so the record is now 14 on the burning. Ugh. I think it's getting colder again. Come on, phone. Anytime now. And then, of course, it has to update because, yeah. Yeah, it is dropping. This is why I want my fuzzy socks back. But that is going to do it for this evening. So what do we have? Really nothing. We had an unneeded extended prologue that was just an excuse to have a repeat of the sex scene where he knocked her up deliberately and knowingly so, and to confirm that he knew what he was doing and he did it on purpose, etc., etc. So we've got that. Got her friend is still around, but now really annoying and just nothing but a sex bot who's now banging the brother. What do you bet they end up together? Because of course. And then just the two of them having a lot of sex, and the wedding is like tomorrow, and now he's invited a bunch of business associates. Because we really needed that. Like, oh my God. Oh my God. How are we going to get through this? Ugh, really. But at least it's over for tonight. I hope everyone had a good Valentine's Day. A lot better than this throughout the day. And for those of you that have the option, I wish you some very good sex. Not anything that was in this book, but good sex tonight. You know, if you want it. Puppy's on the couch. I am amazed he has not interrupted us again. I really am. He must be very tired. Oh, little baby doggy. Let's see if we can get him to come say goodbye. Bo! Bo! You want to come here? I don't hear the sounds of a puppy stirring. I think he's ignoring me in favor of sleeping. Which he doesn't usually do. Bo, where are you? Come here. Come here, good boy. Where are you little furball? Yeah, he's just on the couch asleep. I can see him breathing, but he's dead asleep. So he's just ignoring me. Actually, he's just completely asleep. I don't think he even woke up to the sound of his name. Must be a good dream. He'll get his cuddles later. So everybody, magic medicinal cure was in the milk. Yes, it was. Oh, God. But we will be back next week for more of this absolute train wreck of a book. It's even longer than the first one. Though apparently a bit of a quicker read. We're getting through it at a clip, which is good. Because then it's over faster. No, there is still a third one. Ugh. But that's all for this week. Next week we'll have more of whatever the hell this is. Until then, I have been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club. Take care of you. Love on your fur babies. And hop into the movie room if you want to watch a movie with me and stay up a little later tonight. Bye, everyone.